Hello. Good day, evening, good evening. Hello. Hello, Random Perf. Hello, Oni. Hello, lurkers. Hello, VOD watchers. Hello, Twitch. I'm about to bombard you with ads. Okay, I gotta kill the pre-rolls. Okay. Thanks, Saribot. Alright. So yeah, items. Sorry, I don't know if anyone's on Twitch. We got ads, but anyway, we're doing items. I've been writing down a couple ideas here somewhere on my freaking ideas notes page somewhere. Oh god, where is everything? Obsidian here. Not this one. Item rework. Okay, I was just gonna get rid of all the existing items. Hi, Simply. I hope you're not getting bombarded with ads right now, which you probably are. Anyway. Are these items actually better? I don't actually know. I think most of the existing items were like stat changes and were kind of boring. Neo! Hi, Keep Flamingo. So I kind of wanted to replace them with more interactive items. So the two ones I came up with were an item where on headshot, there's a chance to spawn a coin, which I've already actually implemented. Here, I'll show you, because we remember from like months ago, I actually turned it off right now, but we added like the marksman from Ultrakill, kind of. But if I add item, this thing, and okay, let's do it this way. We add this item. When we shoot enemies in the head, we spawn coins. And I'd already implemented this. There's no sound yet, but I'd already implemented this because I had a revolver that had an alt fire that was the coin from Ultrakill, the marksman revolver from Ultrakill. So I did all the code already for the coin itself, so making an item out of it just made sense. So that's what we got here. And I'll probably make a video or something showing it off. So rewards you with headshots with more precise things to shoot to get more headshots to chain to other enemies. It's pretty neat. So that's the coin shot item, which already exists. I did that off stream. What else did I do off stream? I can check the git log. Oh my god, Godot freaking crashed. Because of course it did. Thanks, Godot. Alright. But yeah, what did I do off stream? Git log. We refactored the weapons code. Or I refactored it. Oh, and I added shootable projectiles. That was like the big thing. And some more refactoring, actually. The coin shot item I did off stream on Friday. Lamau. But yeah, shootable projectiles. I should probably show that off too. Anyway, check this out. Something weird happening with my windows. My OBS windows, that is. Hold on, here's the game. Okay. So, if I give myself the rocket launcher and I shoot the rocket, I don't know if you noticed, but there's the Ultrakill parry sound and there's hit stop, and it increases the explosion radius of the weapon. I also adjusted some sounds. It increases the explosion radius and it adds the damage of the hit scan to the explosion. So that's the thing. That's the shootable projectiles thing. So yeah, that's what I've been doing off stream. One thing I wanted to do really quickly right now. Right now when you, what was it? You get a max HP upgrade. And then your current health doesn't actually change. So when it applies the thing, it doesn't actually increase your health or your current HP at the moment. And I think upgrades in games usually increase both the max HP and the current HP. So I'll probably adjust that right now. We had player items. Where is it? Oh no, it's in player state. God, this is such a mess. Player state, player items. Does it also have health? Yeah, it does. So let's see. I guess we just do it in apply stat change. So if stat change dot stat is, oh god, what's the enum? We didn't even, oh yeah, we didn't give these a type. Item stat max HP, then health plus equals stat change dot, what do we call it? Value stat change. Okay, it's called stat change as a stat and a change. That makes sense. Thanks, past me. So now if I actually grab a max HP upgrade, should do the thing. I guess I have some concern that like there will be some redundancy in the item upgrades and the non-item upgrades. The thing. Well, anyway, we'll play a little bit. I do want to adjust these spawns because I feel like it gets a bit monotonous later on when it's just constant spawn, consistent spawn instead of like peaks and valleys kind of thing. Speed. And I probably want to adjust the movement a bit. I feel like you can't really bunny hop. There is sliding technically. Oh no, you can actually slide hop pretty fast with slide hopping. Me not even aware of my own game's movement tech. Damn. Well, anyway, we want to test max HP. Cool, it does work. Okay, great. Let's commit that. Oh god, what did I do to the weapon scenes? Wait, what? Oh, I think I adjusted some animations. Get diff staged. Oh no, I think Godot just did some funny moving text around in file without actually changing the actual data. Okay. Alright then. Feat heal player on max HP upgrade. There we go. Alright. Push. Sometimes I feel like I probably should be using desktop capture to make it easier to do stuff like show my git commit or whatever, but whatever. Technically you can see my keyboard typing, keyboard inputs. So I type my banking passwords on stream with my keyboard showing. Oops. Okay. Do 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 do. What was I doing? Item ideas. Item ideas here. Alright. So I want to make that rare. I think I already did make that rare, but first you want to get rid of all the old items. And I guess I just want to think about what items I want to have. Air jump. I think we can keep air jump. Air shot, extra explosion, get rid of that. Maybe turn it into a passive. We'll look into the idea later. So I think we'll make a folder for unused, and in the all items thing here, we'll add excludes. I think what was the pattern? So star. I'm just gonna copy this. / unused. Okay, and then if we move something in there. There we go. Okay, yeah. So we can choose which items to keep in, which to not. Air jump, you can stay. All stats up, I guess we'll keep you. Oh, this thing. Blood heal? 50% chance plus 10% per stack to heal 1 HP on nearby enemy hit. I feel like it's poorly communicated at the moment. The idea was to make it like the ultra kill thing. But I don't have any like visual sound effects at the moment for it. And I think early on it was like hard to balance in the later game because you would just be firing so much that you would heal instantly. Although with how we're reworking things, that might not still be the case. Honestly, I think I can keep it. Alright, we'll keep it. This thing was move speed, damage, and enemies. We'll just... Alright, that one can go. Bullet on kill. 20% chance to spawn. Bullet fired in a random direction, dealing 5 base damage. Plus 2 per stack. This was balanced for the old game. Unused, okay. Get rid of that. Coin shot was the one we kind of just made. Some of these epic items might need to be buffed with the rarities. This one feels like, I don't know, a rare. I might even want to like reduce the number of rarities. That's also kind of messing with things. Crit up. I think we'll just get rid of the damage penalty. Make it like a 10% crit chance. And it can be uncommon, I guess. Well, maybe it's good to have like impactful damage items in the common pool. Yeah. Sure. Just Risk of Rain reference. Thank you for the raid! Thank you, Sealy! Thank you for the raid! Hello, Dan Moore! Hello, Sealy! Hello, Knights of a Calculator! Oh, is my thing not connected? Why didn't I see the notification on stream? What the heck? Anyway, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We're doing some game dev. We're deving it up. We're coding. Or really more game design at this point, I think. We're going to be spending a lot more time just thinking about what items would be cool as opposed to actually implementing the items. Finish Undead Nightmare. Sure, it's one of the DLCs of all time. Nice. Nice. I think I bought Red Dead Redemption 1 on the PS3 way back in the day, and I never actually played it. I played it like a tiny bit, and then I never finished it. But yeah. Anyway, hope you had a good stream. Something. Stay if you wanna, leave if you wanna, that's totally fine. Yeah, we're coding. Still holds up. PC port is pretty nice. That's good. Actually, they ported RDR1 after RDR2 came out, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Yeah. It's funny. Damage up. We already have an upgrade for that. I think we're gonna drop it for now. Okay. Dash recharge. I might keep the extra dash because we have the dash ability, but then it would feel weird to get the dash recharge upgrade when you have 0 dashes. So I think I'm just gonna drop the dash recharge upgrade and keep the extra dash upgrade. That can be uncommon, I guess. Enemies up, what is this? Fire rate damage and more enemies? You know, what was it? Mega Bonk is a game I keep thinking about because it's a 3D Survivor's like RDR 1 point receiver this year or last year. Oh, is that recent? Man, my sense of time is so weird now. Whenever there's like memes coming out of, oh, the PS2 is retro, the Wii is retro, the PS3 is retro. I'm like, what the fuck? What is time? I'm an old man. My bones are withering to dust. Anyway, I kind of want to keep this item as like a rare, maybe. Enemies up. Yeah. All right. PS3 is almost 20 years old now. We're old. We're old. You know what? Let's do a 10% explosion radius increase on this. And a 5% damage increase. Can still be common, I guess. Extra dash can be uncommon. Fire rate up. I think I was gonna keep this one. Coffee. Actually, shouldn't we just do mocha from Risk of Rain? Fire rate 5%, move speed 5%. Although in Risk of Rain it's like 7.5%. What if I just copy those values? Oh no, they're integer values. Wait, why are they integer values? Aren't stats floats? Crazy? Am I crazy? Did I change anything in the rocket launcher scene? Stat change? My god, it is an int. Why did I make it an int? Probably for UI or whatever, I don't know. Okay, we got our mocha from Risk of Rain. Maybe nerf the move speed to 6%. I think I wanted to make some item do something with sliding. Okay, so this grenade on hit. What did we want to do with it? What did I write down? Oh, just make it shootable. Okay. We'll make it shootable. Oh fuck, did I? This is old code. This is old code. I added like a whole projectile info script. But like everywhere else I'm using add proj properties, which is for the ECS. Why don't I just refactor that then? Why is my voice cracking? What script is this? Proj on kill proc effect. Oh god, what's the script even called? It's called bullet proc. The hell are these the freaking naming? Okay, first let's rename this script. Proj. Well, first let's rename the class actually, because we've separated out the trigger, so it's not necessarily going to be an on kill effect. Get redirected to there. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Hello to English Ralph. I was just coding. Coding. Hi. Hi, hope you had a good stream. Tell me all about it, etc. Long time no see. I know. I know. Man, and I haven't been streaming as often either as I'd like to. I haven't even done like a normal gaming stream in a while now. I think since like the game jam or something. Hello, YouTube Raiders. Hello. Oh my god. We're looking at some ancient ass code, and again, I'm planning on scrapping all this code in the first place, so we can remake it in Unity, where it'll be less of a pain in the ass to do a bunch of things. But I'm realizing that to make like a proper gameplay prototype that has the things I want in it, I'm gonna have to be refactoring a bunch of this stuff anyway, or at least I should be refactoring a bunch of this stuff. So why was this on kill? Oh yeah. Oh god, the code is a little weird. So this proc on kill proc effect extends proc effect, which has two separate functions, on proc and on kill, because we have damage reports and then we have mob died reports. And so they can use that data in different ways. And then we have a bunch of proc conditions, but only one of them is on kill. Okay, yeah, it's a little convoluted. Ugh. On the river again after finishing sales. Better than usual, but that market was a shit show. Congrats. Congrats. I don't know the details, but congrats. Good job going through that shit show of a market. All right. I'm thinking we want to just places add project property. Oh fuck. Wait, we also have this. Oh god, where are we using this? Oh frick. Minigun. Oh no, we're using this like everywhere. Wait, what? Neonic. Paw, hello. Hello, Shrekweird. Answer your early question, Elden Ring Nightmare is a Night Rain is a roguelike co-op game. Well, you can play it by yourself. You can make trios, and Car from FlaVR and I already in a squad. Wait, is it already out, or is it like a pre-order? I think I saw it was pre-order on Steam. But anyway, neat. I've been fine for the most part. 4 attempted snatch and grabs. Oh wow. More than welcome to join us. Thanks. I'll see. Coming out this Friday. All right. Maybe. Maybe. I haven't bought games in a while. I haven't really felt inclined to buy games in a while. But also, I guess there's a ton of games coming out. But I usually like play the same kind of games. And I wait for Steam sales. Of course. Oh my god. I Neo Cream, hello. Or electric sheds. I stopped one, security guard stopped one, cops stopped 2. They were giving me flack for stopping one. I would just gift it to you. I shouldn't have until after bills are paid. Understandable. That's understandable too, yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll be okay without latest video game. So actually we are still using add project properties in a bunch of places. What the hell? Missile base. Oh frick, did I only change it for, what was it? I think primary weapon? Oh no, we're still using add project properties in a bunch of places. Wait a minute. Am I crazy? Wait. Base projectile add project properties. Wait. Am I crazy? Crazy? I was crazy once. Wait. Oh, okay. Projectile info is the old class. Add proj properties is the new class. So I should just refactor this to use add proj properties. Yeah. Goals. And rename this to like base projectile. Okay, this is base projectile duplicate. So we do want to set velocity. We don't need to set all of these. Or no, wait, we wrote a helper function somewhere. I think it was. Oh god. Oh, we're gonna have to copy. Ah, damn it. Okay, this is what I get for not organizing my code in a way that is beneficial to the abstraction I'm trying to make. Wonder how long it'll take me to recognize my old username. Who is this mysterious electric sheds with the founder badge and the Destiny 2 badge? Hello. You added the lust curse yet? Turns enemies into monster girls. Get hit a second and they become giantess versions. But then I need appealing character designs for all the monster girls, and that's gonna take me a while. The giantess part is easy. You know, we're in a video game engine. You can change scale pretty easily, but you know, the actual character designs. And also that does complicate the amount of detail you'd want to add to the models in the first place, right? I'll need to lurk shortly. I apologize when I stop responding. Work evaluation tomorrow? Yeah. Understandable. No worries. Thank you for the gift sub. Congrats. Welcome to the insert fan name here, Sealy. Insert supporter name here. Yeah. Focus on your work. Do your stuff. I think I just need to copy this function over. To... Oh no, I can make it like a static function on item util, I think. Something like this. Although, it's a little weird. It's for it to be on item util as opposed to on player state. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna move it to player state. Hello again, Neo Cream. Hello, Danica. Oh my god, are you membered on YouTube and subbed on Twitch at the same time? That's great. Welcome to the Paw Patrol. Yeah, that's my that's my fan name. Supporter name. Damn. Danica's a real one. Add damaged versions of the models. True. Yeah, that would go hard. Be like Can Cold or whatever. All the other gacha games that do that. Double sub. Both day one supporter. The strongest supporter. Oh right, I wanted to move this to player items. Did I want to move this to player items? Or wait, is player items even where we have the... No, player state. It's where we have the stats and stuff, so I guess we do static function apply proj stats. Now, get rid of self. These were from... from the weapons. The weapons have their own stats separate from the thing, and this controls stat scaling. Get stat percent. Wait, why is this divided by 100 and not the other? Huh? Huh? Oh god, okay, yeah, that's just messy code. Num crits. Oh right, we roll the crits on the project. Why do hit scans not work that way? Oh god. Okay, well at least I know things I'll want to change when I rewrite it all in Unity. But the more time I spend refactoring this code in Godot, the more I'm like, could I actually make this in Godot? Like, what are the big things I'd be missing? Is I'd have to I'd have to figure out how to implement the physics engine into the ECS, which there is a library already. Was it Rapier for Rust? And there's even like a separate thing that like integrates it with Bevy, but it's made for Bevy itself and not for the funny integration thing I've done with Bevy and Godot. So it would be kind of a pain to integrate it into the thing, but it's possible. And then I could theoretically move the player into the ECS physics, theoretically. And then I could theoretically write my own version of Unity's authoring scripts to put like colliders from the world geometry into, or like projectile definitions or whatever, into the ECS, but it would be a pain. The other big thing I think I'll be missing is Unity's VFX graph. There's particle collision events that you can do, and it's mostly for visuals. Right now I do have these like blood drop. These are actually nodes. I have this was it blood drop scene. It's this, and then it's literally in Godot's physics engine. And then when it collides with the ground, we add a blood decal, which is not ideal for performance. I'm not entirely sure how Unity's VFX like particle collisions events work, but I imagine they're more performant than having a million things running a GD script in physics process. So we would probably have more freedom for performance for doing effects and things. But yeah. It'll definitely be easier if I do it in Unity. I'll just have to remake a lot of it. Godot. Guessing Neo didn't learn what was learned about the in-game character model for Stellar Blade. They modeled a full nude model under the clothing. Based developers. Incredible. Alright. What are we doing? Oh, yeah, I was freaking this up. Messing this up. Okay, so in player state, we've added this apply proj stats. Kind of a utility function. But I probably would reorganize all this if I were to start again. There's also the possibility of like restarting the project, but in Godot, which would probably start with like rebuilding the ECS side. But I'm gonna spend all that effort. I should probably do it in the tool that makes it the easiest, as opposed to getting too freaked out over potentially Unity's licensing shenanigans are gonna be a pain, which, you know, is a genuine thing to consider. But from a technological features standpoint, I'm like 100% confident that making this in Unity is going to be easier than making it in Godot. As opposed to, I could just switch to using nodes, like abandon the ECS thing entirely, do everything in nodes, not worry about performance, and just have a game that is less capable of handling lots of stuff on screen. If that's a base developer, then is Neo not doing that in his games, making him a cringe developer? Yes, I'm cringe. I make cringe games. I love games. I love games. I love being beholden to massive companies that want to fuck you over at every turn and squeeze you for every penny you've got. Well, to be fair, like the licensing terms for, you know, today's modern game engines, Unity, Unreal, are pretty favorable for small little guys like me, right? Unity's free until you make $200,000 in revenue or in external funding. Unreal is free until your game makes $1 million and then you pay a 5% royalty. Those are, you know, pretty favorable for little guys. I'm just a little guy. And of course, free and open source, even better. But features, you know. Ugh. Developer experience and having an integrated asset store, having the combined knowledge of other people using the engine. One thing I've been thinking about is just the distribution of like games that are commercial games released. What engines are they made in? And you know, Godot is increasing in market share, but you know, there's still a lot of indie Unreal developers. What's cut when developer makes the million barrier? For Unreal, it's 5%, from what I hear. For Unity, you pay a fixed license fee per seat, and it's like yearly. It's like $2,000 something yearly. And that's after you hit the threshold for, yeah, 200,000 in funding or in profit, or not profit, revenue. Is it for future revenue, or do they count past revenue once you reach the threshold? I'm not sure for Unreal. I'd have to check. But yeah, that would suck if like your game makes $999,000 and it's still free, and then you hit $1 million, and then you have to like back pay a 5% on that and pay 50 grand to Unreal to Epic. OBS ignoring me again. OBS hates you. Fuck me sideways, Bofos are good. Yeah, it's really not that terrible. But, you know, there is still concern because they can change that at any time, as Unity showed last year when they had the whole licensing fee fiasco and a ton of developers switched to Godot. And I think for any project that, you know, is technically feasible to do on Godot, it's probably a good idea to do it on Godot. It's, you know, pretty nice as long as you don't need any of the fancy features of the bigger engines. Or you just really like implementing things yourself. You just really love doing all the work to implement features that exist in other engines, doing it yourself. But, you know, you might actually enjoy that. You might actually be... Some people might enjoy that. Me, I think I've been thinking more and more about all the other aspects that I need to focus on. About things like game design, and how if I get too bogged down in the technical side... thank you for the... Wait, that's the raid alert. That's the raid alert from 25 minutes ago. Oh my god, what is happening with stream elements? But yeah, what was I saying? Like, if I want to learn, if I truly want to be solo with this and do art and all these other things, art and, you know, most importantly, game design itself, I think requires a lot of careful thought and planning, then that is splitting my attention from the technical side. And, you know, in theory, I could implement a bunch of things technically myself, and it would probably take me a long time because haven't done it like a million times over, and I'm not like the most experienced programmer. I have some experience, but I don't know exactly how I'd lay out a really huge project. But it's possible, theoretically. Thank you, 25 minutes ago, Raiders. Amount of time for the game to make over 1 million, you've made at least 5 others. My question comes down to, is it 5% of that game or all games made? 1 million for a single game or for all games counted that threshold, even so it's still a good deal? Let me look actually. Unreal Engine licensing. Okay, I'm reading it from the unrealengine.com. The unrealengine.com. All lifetime gross revenue above 1 million that is directly attributable to the UE product, regardless of who collects it, will be subject to a 5% royalty. Revenues generated from sales in the Epic Game Store are royalty free. Lifetime. Yeah, so I think that's all your products that are made in Unreal. And there's a seat-based license fee. And are not creating a game or application that relies on engine code at runtime. Hello, Cyclocus. Can I get a 5%? Yeah, just give me your finished production ready game engine. And I'll pay you that royalty. Oh, 1 million in the past 12 months. Not creating a game application that relies on engine code. Not a game or application? Okay, so for Unreal for non-game uses. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it's revenue after the 1 million. Bad, you know, I can look this up myself. Too bad. Too bad. I'm looking it up myself. If you made up 1 million in a year, I think offering up 200k is a good deal. Honestly, yeah. Although it does add up when you count for, you know, Steam takes a cut and then Epic takes a lower cut on Epic Game Store if they're being nice about it. And then, I don't know, if you're a team, then, you know, you have to pay people and it's not just all going to one person. Not even losing 200k, just 5% if you're selling for 20. Paying $4 is worth it. I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. What was I doing? We were refactoring. Oh my god, we got so distracted. Okay, we have this bullet proc. We're refactoring this to use the new add proj properties as opposed to the old projectile info class. Some ancient ass code. So then we can do export var spawn position is a projectile info dot spawn position. It's an enum there. Okay, so that works. For velocity, we still need to set. Item ID. Oh yeah, that does still exist. And then we call item You know what we could do is actually aim direction. Oh yeah, this one was the one that aims it randomly. Okay, so that does still matter. So I think we'll just store that in a separate variable somewhere. So export var speed is a float, and then initial velocity y, and then we'll calculate the speed and velocity using those. Assume Valve or GOG or Epic are all charging an additional 10% each. Well, Steam charges 30%. That'd be 4 plus 2, assuming you're solo, $10 profit per sale. Very good deal, $14. Factor will be anchoring soon, it's just getting late. Wait, are you literally on the river right now? Are you literally traveling via boat while watching the stream? That's crazy. I don't know why it took so long for that to like register in my head. Okay. What was it? Player state. We call apply proj stats and it returns a new proj stats, although it is modifying the old one also. So it's technically the same thing. Proj equals player state apply proj stats. Which means that this item's stats are affected by all the player stats, which is cool actually. Yeah. No, that's cool. Let's do that. Do 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 do. Do, 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 do. Relax in 15 minutes, I'll anchor. Don't like traveling after 9 in the river. Too many people don't use their boat lights. Stay safe, man. Stay safe. Your adventurous life. Do 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 do. We can do export var node key, say string. Nah, we could. You know what? No, let's do a multi-mesh key. Actually, let's do this, and then multi-mesh key. That works, right? No. Can't access non-static variable. Okay, fine. Then let's do we ever want this to be a node? You know what? Fuck it. We don't care about performance. We'll do this. Node key string is something. And we'll do... why'd I do that? Set node key. Node key. Alright. I'm losing 12% as 30% plus 5% of $20. Make that rounded up. Still $8 profit. Not bad for something you don't have to make over and over again. Yeah, not bad. You can still make a great amount if you're, if your game sells. Hopefully, your game sells. That part's the hard part, though. In current year. But I'd like to think that if you're genuinely making something that is, there's like a bar of quality that if your game meets, then surely someone will find it and play it and check it out. And you can spread through word of mouth, hopefully. Okay, so let's do this projectile on kill proc effect. Is this? Wait. What did I do for... Hold on. What did I do for the actual grenade on hit? Oh my god, it is a proj on kill proc effect? Wait, but then we set it to... Huh? Huh? We set it to condition on hit. But it's using the script? With the on kill function? Oh my god. Oh my god. What are we doing? Life is only as boring as you'll let it be. Yeah. Yeah. Live freely. As long as you're able to. Which you perhaps are more able to than you realize sometimes. This music is kind of calming, kind of relaxing. I knew, how are you? Hello, ReddRobin. I'm doing good. I'm feeling like I've been doing so many game dev streams, which might be a good thing, as long as you guys are here for that. But also, like, I should probably do like a normal chatting stream or a gaming stream at some point. I feel like I get yappy sometimes on these streams, at the detriment of my ability to make progress on this. Nothing's really stopping you from just disappearing from your current life and showing up in a new nation under a false name. So true, so true. This is not legal advice. This is not this is not life advice. What are we doing here? Does this even work? Why does this work? Hold on. Extends proc effect. We have on proc and we have on kill. Where do we use these? Item, player items, on hit effects, on kill effects. When you add an item, it's a proc condition on hit, and the proc effect. This shouldn't work then. Wait, why? Why would this work if it was set to on hit instead of on kill? It probably was working at some point and we broke it. I don't even know. But anyway, I don't expect this to work. So what we should do is maybe rename this to like on kill proc, proj on kill proc effect. And then like duplicate this class. Hold on. Okay, first let's rename the script itself. This is proj on kill proc effect. And let's duplicate this to proj on hit proc effect. So it'll be a bit messy with the reuse code, but we'll do like on hit, which is a different function. Or no, it's on proc. Okay, it's this. Oh my god. Proj on hit. Okay. All right, on proc. Rename the class. Do have the proc chance? Proc chance and then proc chance add per stack. Bar total proc chance is proc chance plus item count -1 times proc chance add per stack. Oh yeah, that code's also. God, what is this code? On the river, gonna be anchoring, so disappearing for a bit. So it's appearing. Doesn't want to be traced, he doesn't want to be found. No known social media presence other than chat messages in a streamer named Neo Paulino's chat. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay, base projectile spawn position. So the response from the player. Oh my god, that's the other. That's the other. That's the gifted sub from like 30 minutes ago. Yeah, 29 minutes ago. Thank you, Danny. Danny/electric. Thank you, Stream Elements. Very cool. All right, we got our aim direction. We got our. Wait. Oh my god. This code. It's so old and messy. What the frick? Yeah, we got like a billion warnings. Mostly for signals. Okay, whatever. I should probably clean those at some point. Neo set up raid notice so he can shout out twice. Yep. That's definitely all according to Keikaku. Exactly what we meant. Hello, Vanillin. Doot, 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 doot. Whatever. Okay. Starting to wonder if maybe I should just refactor the coin stuff to be like a special type of projectile instead of it being its own separate thing, but whatever. We'll worry about it later. Well, we're throwing out this code away in the first place, right? So, you know, does it really matter? All right. Screw it. All right, we have grenade on hit. We add our new base projectile. Collision velocity gets set in code. Collision radius. We want it shootable, so maybe this one will be easier to hit than the coin at like 0.3. Although that might cause it to collide with the enemy immediately when it spawns from the hit. Whatever. We'll figure it out. So this doesn't hurt the player. This has gravity. So maybe it has some knockback. 3. I don't know. Doesn't pierce. We'll have it do a small amount of damage. And maybe 0.1%. So 10% chance. Shoot a grenade. 4 damage per stack. Oh no, now we're not even using the damage add per stack. Because we're doing, what was it? We're doing apply proj stats. How's this work? This gets multiplied by the player's damage stat, so Polymatics here updated. Gonna watch that vid. Have to mute the dog. Alright. Have fun not listening to my voice. Understandable. Okay, I guess he hates me. Alright. What are we doing? What was I doing? Okay, this base damage add per stack. What am I even gonna do with this? If we think about like risk of rains. Actually, you know what? Screw it. No, we wanna. Why don't I just get rid of this? Poof. It just has the base damage, and the only thing it adds is. Actually, no, I do want some level of damage scaling. So is it the base damage add per stack, or? Because I think I instead wanted it to be like proc chance per stack. But then that means we have a limit to them, which I guess is fine. At what, 19? It's an oddly specific number. Unless we do it 5% per hit each. Screw it. Let's just do that. Also, we need to, get rid of this and change it with, okay. Proj on new proj on hit proc effect. The base projectile. It's a collision radius of 0.3. Deals 4 damage, I guess. The bigger thing is that you can shoot it, right? It's explosive, has explosion radius of maybe like 3, and then when you shoot it, it adds 3 to the radius again. Gents, hello Cielo Jose. Welcome to the stream. I'm playing with numbers. Playing with my number. Alright, this has gravity, this is explosive, has explosion radius of 3, has explosion knockback of, I don't know, 3. Player knockback of, I guess we can do player knockback, but I think I want only damaging explosions to the player to deal knockback. I think we're not even using the parry mechanic, but we'll set unparryable. Actually, no, it would be cooler if it was parryable. Damage fall off, we'll just not use that. Follow players off. Can't, doesn't crit. I don't think that crits. We can make this proc other items, but not itself. So we're doing the risk of rain thing. Let's give it a low proc coefficient. I don't know, 0.2. And make sure it's shootable, because that's the big thing we want is player shoots enemy. Chance to spawn grenade, spawns a grenade flying through the air. Player shoots the grenade, does big area damage, and player feels cool. That's what we want. So if you do 10% per stack, then we need to set speed and initial velocity Whatever I set for the coin was like, I don't know, 5. This one will be lower, so 4 or something. And then, I don't know, 2. Chance to spawn a shootable grenade. Node key. I think I'm just gonna make a node, call it grenade, and then we'll do that. Okay, so in the simulation we need to add a node renderer entry. This is the shit I have to do in my kingdom of dirt. My code that is a mess. So we'll make a new scene. It's purely for the visual. What do we do for everything else? Coin. Yeah, this is the coin. It's spinny animation. I think I did all that manually. Why did I do all that manually? Okay, we'll make a new scene, 3D scene. This is the grenade. Scenes, node renderer, grenade. I'm gonna keep watching numbers go up. Have a good stream, Neo. I'm gonna put on some real slop. Alright, enjoy your real slop. Slop. The slop. Wait, does node render even set the rotation? I don't think so. So really, this could be a multi-mesh. Actually, wait. Do I want that? What's this gonna look like? It probably wants to be circular. It'll look like the Iron Bomber TF2 or something like that. But then we need textures or something. An actual model with different materials. I mean, placeholder visual easiest would just be a sphere. I don't know why I want to make this a node thing, but whatever. You can be a mesh instance 3D. And you'll be a sphere mesh. And your radius will be... When you make the collision radius, it was like 0.3 or something. Maybe make you a little more chonky, blocky. Alright, here's your material. Could make this unshaded. Albedo. I want something like mostly gray, but I want like a glowy part on it. Which I guess we can just add another mesh. New Taurus. My Ford Taurus. That looks pretty ugly. Let's make it even uglier. Wow. Lovely. Probably should make it at least match the geometry of the sphere. Okay. Inner radius. Wait, what? Wait, 1.2. 0.23. 0.22. 0.25. Too big. 0.22. Alright, and this material is the one we can be unshaded so it's glowing. And then, I don't know, red. Does that look vaguely threatening enough? Sure, let's do that. Alright, that's our grenade. Alright. You could add a trail if you wanted to. I think I'll just do this then. Let's try it out, actually. Should be everything we need. And at some point, I do kind of want to do, was it? It's a stream where we get ideas for features from chat. And we do something like that. And then you guys do the fun work of coming up with the ideas, and then I do the boring, painful work of implementing those ideas. Grenade on hit. 10? Yeah. Alright. Okay, just as expected. Oh my god. Oh, they are spawning though. Oh, it's hard to hit them. They're pretty small. But yeah, they are in fact... Oh, that felt good though. They are in fact immediately exploding. And they're also tiny as heck. I think that was because of the projectile scaling things we did. What did I do for the rocket? There's a rocket node scene, right? No, it's called missile. Alright, I am scaling the projectiles by their collision radius. Height 2. Yeah, okay, so this should be... Apologies, 0.5 and then 1, I think? And then 0.5 outer radius, 0.4. 0.55. Hopefully that's the right size. Alright. Game. You still need to deal with the issue of, was it, as soon as you hit the enemy, it just immediately collides with the enemy. So I'll probably make it like spawn above the enemy. It is rotating though. I think it's just based on the direction it's traveling. But it looks decent enough that we'll just keep it, I guess. It's also, the explosions are loud as heck. Man. I already... well, I can just adjust the volume of explosions. Minus 30? I don't want to make it too quiet. I'll do like minus 36. But I've been like listening to other games more carefully and noticing like the audio balancing of gunshots versus explosions or things like that, and trying to like pay attention to those things. I've been kind of trying to look for a better explosion sound than this one. but I might end up trying to follow a tutorial or something to make my own. Okay, so I think we want to make it spawn above the enemy. So we can add a spawn offset to the item, to the script. Where was it? Proj on hit proc effect. Export. Oh god. Export var spawn offset is a vector 3. Okay, so now in the grenade on hit item, we go to the Proj on hit proc effect. We give it a spawn offset of I guess if you hit it low on the enemy, then I guess I'm thinking of this like the molten perforator from Risk of Rain. And maybe you want it to ignore collision with the enemy itself until it lands and explodes. But we don't have anything like that on the add proj properties. So I guess this just works. This is like good enough. We spawn it 1 meter above the enemy, so it doesn't immediately collide with them, which could still collide with them if you shoot them low enough. It's maybe a little weird. We could also alleviate this by doing a calculation based on the enemy's position and where the hit was on the enemy. So if we can get like normal of that collision, which we can't because I haven't implemented it that way, and it would be a lot easier to do in Unity for the millionth time. But we'll just deal with it. This is meant to be a gameplay prototype so that we can sort of prove the concept. Okay, yeah, if you shoot them low enough, then it immediately... Oh. Yeah, it's a little goofy. I guess ideally you'd get the height of the enemy itself, which you can't do. Which I can't do because I haven't implemented something like that, and it would be kind of a pain to like send the data to and from the ECS for that, but whatever. We got... This feels good, right? This makes you feel cool, right? Boom. Okay, yeah, this was a great idea. Feels good to have your ideas be validated by testing them out and playing them and finding them enjoyable. Alright, so shoot, grenade, adds the damage of your pistol shot to the damage of the grenade and gives it double the explosion radius. Wonder if we should make that multiplicative for like all the explosions. All the things. Okay. Alright, now we're gonna actually try and balance out these items. Oh, we already had this item. I think I wrote down in my notes that I wanted to rework this. Chance increases with missing health. I think a lot of these healing items are balanced for like much higher enemy counts, which we do want to reach eventually, but Okay, we had a heal on kill proc effect. And if you think about it, this is literally just Monster Tooth from Risk of Rain. It spawns a healing orb on kill. What I wanted to do was make it vary a bit. So maybe there's fewer healing pickups, but they're worth more, and the chance of spawning one is based on how low your current health is. I was thinking of like Doom 2016 works that way. I guess Doom Eternal. Haven't played Dark Ages yet. And we can do that in the heal. Oh God, what's the script called? Heal proc effect script. We can do that. We can get the player's health here. So let's see. Chance is. Oh God, this is using on proc instead of on kill as well. Wait. Then how's this even work? Was this even working? Condition on kill. Okay, whatever. This heal pickup proc effect. I should probably rename the script as well, because God, my old messy code. All right, we have heal pickup proc effect. So how about this ranges from like a min chance and then like a max chance at 0% HP. So we'll linearly interpolate based on your how close you are to dead. Guess I'll have to rework the numbers or whatever. This could just be a common item, since that's what Monster Tooth is in Risk of Rain. I feel like it'll be really strong late game. I don't know if we want to limit it. Given like our enemy counts compared to Risk of Rain. Could just make it uncommon or something. Okay. Because another thing I was thinking about was making healing more deliberate. We could do something like in Killing Floor, where you have a healing syringe. And so besides like having the medic on your team, the only way you can heal is to take out your healing syringe, and it recharges faster if you use it on teammates instead of yourself, but it's more convenient to heal yourself with it. And the thing is, you're like using action, you're using time, because you can't be using your weapon. You have to switch to the healing syringe and use it instead of using your weapon, right? So it's like taking up your action economy. And I think that's a cool dynamic. Or like in Apex Legends, where you have to switch to the healing item to heal, and you play a long healing animation. I guess we'll see how this feels in late game. I guess we do want to allow the player to feel like they're kind of breaking the game. Right, if you get the heal pickup on kill item and you get enough stacks and you're spawning like a bajillion healing pickups on kill and you're out healing the enemies and you're like, oh my god, we broke the game, then that feels good as a player, right? So maybe we want that anyway. Anyway, I think this is broken because on proc shouldn't be getting called on kill. And that's in player items, right? Yeah, handle on kill effects. Then handle on hit effects, it calls on proc. So I guess we just change this function to onKill, right? Man, I wish I was using VS Code. I could use VS Code, but Godot be like. Heal proc. Here, heal pickup proc effect. Okay, so we have the on kill, which just takes item count and report the damage or the mob died report. We could just reuse the code, so to make sure it functions. You're making two different games in two different engines. Here's the plan, because I keep mentioning wanting to scrap this and remake it in Unity. The plan is I have this existing code base that has most of the features I already need, like spawning projectiles and things like that. It's a little cumbersome to do things like get data to and from the ECS. And so in theory, I could keep making this in Godot, but we'd be missing some things like proper physics and collisions, which in theory I could just implement Rapier, which is an existing Rust physics engine library, into the thing. And there's already some projects people have made to integrate Rapier into Bevy, which is what I'm using. I'm using the ECS portion of Bevy. But the thing is, it would be kind of a painful integration, at least in that I have to learn a bunch about these tools that I'm trying to use and get a little deep in the woods. And we'd still be missing some features compared to just using Unity outright. So the plan is, in my current mind, is to remake it in Unity. Mostly for features that we're missing. Are the Godot problems 3D only? The problem, it's not really a problem with Godot itself, it's a problem with lack of features. Which I could be spending time developing these features, or I could be spending time learning Unity and then learning game design and then making assets and a bunch of stuff like that. And the main things is, have I showed the, I feel like I haven't showed the Rust code in a while. Here's my VS Code, I think. Here's my VS Code. Somewhere in here, we have this big ass simulation thing. And there's a ton of boilerplate, which I guess you get with ECS anyway. But a lot of this is just trying to integrate this with Godot. So having references to all these systems to like add a mob. This is kind of boilerplatey, but you know, at the end of the day, this add mob function is just like a function that gets called. So after all the boilerplatey stuff, I guess the logic isn't too terrible, but there is a lot of boilerplatey stuff, which I guess you get with ECS. Okay, I'm repeating myself. I'm just curious because I was messing around with Godot for a 2D thing a bit. Yeah, I think Godot for 2D is perfectly fine. And for most games, it's probably fine as well. For the specific thing I want to create where I'm trying to integrate ECS and make it perform well with a shit load of things happening on screen, then it's kind of a pain to work with all this stuff. Which is kind of my fault for choosing to write it in this way. Main thing being ECS. There's still actually, if my concern is performance, there's still kind of a big question in my mind, right? One of the reasons I want to switch to Unity is so that I can use Unity's animation player and then, animate hitboxes, and then have that integrated with the ECS. But the question is, are the animations themselves going to be too costly to have more than, say, 100 enemies on screen or something? Probably not 100. Probably like you could probably get to a couple hundred, which I think we're already at here. But I guess the worry is if I switch to doing it that way in Godot, then we probably couldn't handle more than, I don't know, a couple hundred enemies. Which is probably pretty similar. Wait. Wait, why am I not just... okay. I guess the whole time there's been this question of like, is it even worth it for me to be doing this whole ECS integration bullshit that I've gotten myself into? And like the further we get, the more it's like we want advanced things like ragdolls, we want animated hitboxes and things like that. And it's going to be a lot easier to just do it in Godot's node system. And then the question becomes like performance. How much slower would that be compared to doing it in Unity? Performance-wise. And I guess it's still kind of a question in my mind. I might want to benchmark something like that. I'd probably set up like a test project, set up an FPS style enemy with a bunch of animations playing, and then the whole plan in the first place was to use ECS, which exists, which gets you a game that's much more performant, so that I can push more enemies on screen and have something closer to like Vampire Survivors, where there's a ton of enemies coming at you and you're doing a ton of different stuff and a bunch of things happening on screen, flashing lights, bright colors, etc. Right? I guess the big question then is what ECS animations? From my understanding, if I went with Unity, we'd have to do it in game objects. And then attaching all the hitboxes to those animations would also slow things down. But the question is, how much would it slow down? Like, we'd still hopefully be able to get like at least a couple hundred enemies in there, right? So as long as it performs well enough, we can get like a decent number of enemies in there. It's probably fine. Man. I guess I really need to evaluate whether... Is Godot's node system really too slow for my project, or am I just making assumptions about performance? Which I'm fairly certain it is slower, but the extent to which it is slower, I'm still not sure on. And I should probably investigate that. It is single-threaded though. That's probably the bigger concern, right? Sorry to make you doubt everything. Thing is, these questions have been maybe on my mind from pretty early on in the project. I think it was one of the reasons I gave up on it towards the end of last year. I took a break for like months. Okay, thing I really want is precise hitboxes that match animations. And to do that, we'll have to like animate the hitboxes, attach them to bones in the animation and the skeletal animation. Then we have to use skeletal animations instead of GPU animations, which would probably slow things down. What should I really do then? Probably just benchmark. Let's see. So Unity's current animation system, from my understanding, in ECS it makes a companion game object. So there's a game object, single-threaded, doing the animations and things. So then the question becomes, how well does that perform compared to, I guess, using Godot's animation system. So let's see, in the Godot world, using the animation system, moving some colliders, and then somehow getting references to those colliders from ECS, which is not ideal. It's, you know, you're missing that cache locality. That's the benefit of ECS in the first place, but, you know, gets the feature working, more importantly. If you're able to do animations within ECS, then you can do it like multi-threaded, which is great, which would be great for performance. So then it's a question of doing an animation system like that. In Unity, if we switch to Unity, right, then there's assets people have made. There's like ECS animation assets that people have made. And I'm not sure about the synchronizing hitboxes to the animations, like attaching things to the GPU animations. We were using Latios framework. Okay, we're getting really in the weeds. I'm not even like looking at code, but we're just thinking through things. We're using Latios framework, and Latios framework has a thing, but it requires me to use Latios's stuff. Okay. So Latios has what was it? Kinimation, animation and rendering. But from my understanding, it requires QVVS transforms, which is Latios's transform system, which is not compatible with Unity's physics, and I want to use Unity's physics as opposed to Latios's physics, because Latios's physics doesn't support a fixed update. It's doing it frame by frame at the moment. So I don't think it's ready for like a, I don't know, proper doing things properly in an FPS, unless you want things to be tied to the frame rate. Maybe that's on me for not, I guess, trusting that this person's library will eventually get updated to support, you know, variable frame rate or like a fixed frame rate physics. Graphics buffers, compute shaders, jobs, main thread, Man, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, do we really need ECS? Would this game be, you know, performant enough just using normal ass game objects? I don't know. Maybe. And then just doing really heavyweight stuff in ECS if possible. I'm not even sure if Unity's physics is multi-threaded. So if we're like simulating thousands of projectiles colliding. Well, we probably want at least some things to be done in ECS. Right, so as much as possible, if we can do collision checks, things like that in ECS, that's good. That's another thing. Unity's ECS is very integrated with the game object world. You can reference game objects from the ECS and vice versa. If we want to do something like that with my current setup in Godot, then I have to write all that sort of integration myself, and I think we can get references to Godot things, but then we can only access them from the main thread, which I think it's the same case in Unity though. It's not that different, is it? theoretically, let's say we were to put the hitboxes on like a Godot node based enemy and animate them with an animation player. And we wanted to reference those colliders from the ECS. Then we could do the collision checks in a single threaded system. Right? Right? Well, either way, it would be more difficult than doing it in Unity. How long have I been on this tangent? Oh my god. I'm sorry. You triggered a 15-minute long, well, reconsideration of things. I guess that's still valuable, right? It's still, you know, good to consider all your options and really think through like important architectural changes that you're going to make. But one of the reasons I think I was so unsure about the Godot Rust integration thing was that the whole point of this ECS system was performance, right? But the more I have to like do communication back and forth between Godot and Rust, the more you're sort of losing out on that performance. But the more I think about it, you kind of also have that problem with Unity dots, in theory at least. But I think it's more optimized than Godot, from my understanding. Secret engine in existential crisis path. Yeah, probably not great to be considering things like this deep into a project, but oh well, better than not considering it at all. I guess the thought is that if we're moving to Unity and we're doing all these things in Unity, then we're not like compromising, at least to our knowledge. It's the Unity engine itself where the compromises for performance have to happen. If I was able to reference Godot nodes, or okay, the way Unity's ECS system works is that game objects have bakers, and then as much as possible, they're turning game objects into entities. So the rendering is happening in the ECS. It's going to be a big performance difference compared to what we have here in Godot, or with my system. But it's not like all powerful, and from my understanding, you still have to have like companion game objects for certain things, particle emitters or animations. But again, I'd probably just need a benchmark. But to benchmark, I need to implement, you know, the whole system anyway. It's kind of a pain. In either case, I'm like pretty sure it'll be easier to implement in Unity. Back. Hello, remember me? Hello, Lucky Anima. Hello. Honestly, I don't know if I remember you had to fight for a spot or more for the night. Nice job getting that spot. Hell yeah. I guess the thing is, if we switch to Unity, then we're like reasonably sure that the thing we're doing has as good performance as we can get, at least in Unity's current system. You're the one who spammed hi in Twitch. Now I remember you. Now I remember you. You sure you wanted to be remembered for that? Okay. So, what's it? We were talking over the whole plan is for me to build this gameplay prototype in Godot and then scrap it all and then move to Unity, because I'm like pretty sure that it'll be easier to do and more performant in Unity. But I'm just taking like for the last 20 minutes I've been thinking over like, is that really true? Is that really going to be like worth the rewrite when I'm already making a bunch of like refactoring decisions, and it would, you know, it takes a long time to rewrite a whole thing this big. I mean, maybe if I was less skill issue impaired, then I could rewrite it faster, but you know, I'm kind of learning Unity along the way as we're going. I'm gonna reinstall Twitch just to see if I can spam again. Oh no. They did well in the market. 2 days made off of 98,000. 98,000? Damn, congrats. That's more than most indie games make. Man. I move a lot of food. That is a lot of food. So I guess, okay, there's the consideration, like, if you make a game that is fun and interesting in Godot, and then release it, and then people play it, and there's like, you build hype around that initial game, and then I take like months long hiatus to basically rewrite the whole thing in Unity. Is that even worth it? And I guess the other question is like, is it actually going to take months? How long is it actually going to take to rewrite it in Unity? And what are we benefiting here? I had a whole section in my notes. Godot feasibility. What was it? She did it. There you go. Hey, hi, Lucky. Food here is also expensive now. Few people sell what I sell. I don't have points. Damn, I guess you're gonna have to watch more, or like you physically can't use the points button because of the app you're using or whatever. Hi. Hi, Lucky. What did I write here? Godot integration. Bevy, Godot 4. Bevy app is a singleton Godot node, adds a visual. Oh yeah, so there are a few projects people have made combining Bevy and Godot already. Stretch. Okay. Can't do it again. Good. That's the U rule. Anyway, what was it? Bevy, Godot 4, I think I can... Yeah. Here, this is the Godot project. I saw this a few days ago from a YouTube video, actually. But Godot node stores a Bevy app you add as an autoload in your Godot project. So it's a different kind of integration than what I have. But the hope is that I could maybe take some notes from it or even use it myself on how to get references to Godot things in ECS, in Bevy. Which might make it easier to do things like the things I'm trying to do in the future in Unity, but I'm not sure. That's the thing, right? If I had experience with making a full thing in Unity dots, like a game this size in Unity dots, then I would be more confident about this decision. But since we're kind of flying blind here, barring, I don't know, consulting with people who have actually used Unity dots compared to, I don't know, the thing I'm trying to make with combining Bevy and Godot. But honestly, if we rewrote this, if I rewrote this in Godot with Bevy, then I'd probably build it off of something like this. So it adds a Godot visual frame resource and it adds a Godot physics frame resource. And the big question is, in my mind, is performance with something like this. But I guess the intention is you do as much as possible inside of Bevy instead of in Godot. And it just uses Godot for the rendering. But then we're missing out on some things like VFX, which we have pretty neatly in Unity. Yeah, that's the other big performance gain, I think. Of moving to Unity is going to be the effects system, because right now I'm like instantiating Godot nodes from effects pools, or well, I guess not instantiating it if we're using it from a pool, but we're using Godot nodes to handle each effect, and it's using a different particle system for each thing. But Unity's VFX graph is a lot more general and supports things a lot better. So we can like spawn a particle that spawns an explosion, and that's all one giant VFX graph, and like it's much more handled on the GPU. So we can use like a ton more. We can have a ton more explosions and and effects and stuff on screen, which is gonna be really good for a game like this. Power World announced game is weird. Have you ever made a VR game? I haven't. No, actually, I do have a VR headset, so could develop one, but I feel like if your goal is to make a commercial product, then VR is like a small niche. And if you're making something for VR, you really like VR. There's not really a business benefit to doing it besides if you have like a unique gameplay idea that's really meant for VR. I still haven't finished Half-Life Alyx. Maybe someday I'll finish that before I'm forced to switch to Windows 11 and then my Windows mixed reality headset is no longer supported. Make a VR option after a PC version. I think that's like a decent way of doing things. Depending on the game, like cockpit games, flight simulators, driving simulators, whatever, work really well with VR. So that seems like a very natural inclusion. What else? Navigation. One of the reasons that Unity would be better for this project is that someone's already made an ECS-based navigation asset and a version that uses flow field pathfinding for crowds, which would work really well with this game. And the asset's only it's less than $100 total. So that's another reason I'm strongly considering Unity. Networking. Unity has netcode for entities, which I don't know how feasible it will be to actually use it in this project. I'd probably have to make some considerations on how to reduce the load of sending all the enemies over to the other side. But it's a possibility. And I think co-op would be really cool in a game like this. Begged my friend to get me a VR. Yeah, I'm getting one in around 2 to 4 years. Nice. Nice. VR is really cool. It's just the inconvenience of having to put on the headset and set things up is legit too much at times when you just want to chill and play a game, I feel. But yeah. Rewriting these notes, I'm a bit more convinced. Yeah, we probably are getting a significant performance gain with effects, mostly, if we switch to Unity. And effects seem pretty important to a game like this. Now, as for potentially making that in Godot, it would... I think we'd have to go into engine code and like rework the particle system to be able to accept, you know, events and outside inputs. But theoretically, it's doable, but you know, more stuff to implement. More stuff to implement means more time spent implementing that. And as for if we stuck with Godot, then, you know, we're a bit more limited on the technical side. But I don't think it's impossible to make a game. It would just be more limited. We'd have fewer things on screen. We'd have maybe worse collision if we aren't doing the accurate, you know, hitboxes and all that. Fewer effects. And then more time to implement, more boilerplate for sending data to and from Godot, as evidenced by the freaking thing that I made. All this stuff. I guess all the setup isn't... Like, I don't think this is too absurd. I think this is doable, but it is more painful than Unity dots, I think. Back how it goes. We're spending like 30-40 minutes discussing Unity versus Godot for this project specifically. Imagine making a VR game by putting up in VR, putting a monitor there, making the game in VR and Unity. I've tried, or I've used the VR desktop stuff a couple of times. It is not worth it compared to just using a real screen. You don't have the pixel density on, at least on my VR headset. It's just harder to read screens, right, compared to screens in the real world. You can get big screens, you know, compared to your actual monitor. Like, you can scale up the screen or whatever in VR, and that's neat. But it's inconvenient. You have a big-ass thing on your head. You could do it in theory. I should moor my boat, set up my night camp. It's my hammock between two of the now not sail masts, since I changed to an electric engine. You have a very interesting life. But yeah, yeah, I'm more convinced that switching to Unity would be the right choice. Now, as for continuing work on this in Godot, it's useful for design, just to verify that, like, these are the systems we want to build. And that it works as from, like, a gameplay perspective, from, like, a fun game perspective. Sort of useful from the implementation standpoint. If we build it once, we have a better idea of the mistakes we make in architecting it, and we have a better idea of how to sort of lay things out. So yeah, that's one thing I'm hoping to improve on in the Unity version. Although a lot of this code, I think, won't actually change that much from, like, well, we'll probably move around the singleton classes and move player items to be on the player. Probably we'll probably move weapons to be on the player, which they already are mostly. Well, the primary weapons are at least. What else? But like all those refactoring things could theoretically already be done. Just talking to a Power World character AI 10 minutes before watching this. I live 8 hours away from the city by boat. 9 if I intend to have lunch. I have to make it work if I want to survive. Damn. I assume you're transporting the goods via boat then. I think the tipping point in this feasibility discussion is probably going to be the particle system. It's going to be Unity's FX system. Can probably support a lot more effects than you have in Godot. From a performance standpoint. So there's no guarantee it's going to be super performant. Because a lot of that's still on me to make sure we're doing things in a nice way for the ECS and for the calculations, the raw calculations themselves. Quit trying to make it sound clandestine. I haven't sold drugs since the statute of limitations turned over, giving me immunity to those acts. Noted. Yeah, statute of limitations. Yeah, baby, you can talk about my crimes from X years ago. But yeah, what was I even doing before we got on this long tangent about feasibility of continuing this in Godot and Rust versus making this in Unity? I did get up to some shit when I was younger. Noted. Noted. Oh, heal him out. Guess we do that. Are we even using? No, we are using report. But both just for the position. Are you Asian? Let's see. I eat a lot of rice. I was good at math in school. What other stereotypes do I fit? There is moderate evidence for Neopolito being Asian. There is a good reason I don't call myself a good role model. Rice is swamp maggots. I know. I know. You love to say that about rice. Driving rating. I can drive. Sometimes. I have my license. Let's see. Yeah, why was that one instead of heal amount? Whatever. Heal per stack. I guess we do as a heal per stack times item count -1. Plus heal per stack times item count. There. Best bad influence on others, which I am. He's the best bad influence. Rez caught naked under his clothes. Really? You really think someone would do that? Be naked under their clothes? Anyway. I think at some point also I want to do a, what is it? Like a dive into character design for like a week or so. Just think and learn about character design and try and make like a low poly model of something, someone, I don't know, other VTubers, and then make a low poly model for myself. Or maybe make a low poly model for myself first, make low poly models for other VTubers to practice, and then make a better low poly model for myself. Baseless accusations. Baseless. How much for a model? The idea was I was just gonna do it for practice. I guess. I don't know. How long would it take me? It's still kind of like a learning thing though. So like if I estimate it takes me 3 or 4 hours, 4 hours maybe, that's probably a lowest. I should probably bump that up. I don't know, I'd probably do it for like $30. I don't know. This is all hypothetical. This is not an actual offering of products or sales. Accusation is me saying Rez is naked under his clothes. Allegation is I heard Rez is naked under his clothes. Allegedly. Allegedly naked. Allegedly. Neo Rogue. Neo Rogue. Just doesn't have that je ne sais quoi. It's lacking that something something. I don't know. Neo is naked under his clothes right now. That's an accusation, not an allegation. Bro. Okay, we wanted, what was it? We want the chance to spawn a pickup to increase at lower health. And then we want to increase the heal amount. So maybe make the heal... What's the word? How much? How about we make it like, okay, 10% base, and then per stack you gain 5. And then the chance becomes... I'll do like... export var max chance. And so it'll linearly interpolate to this max chance. Based on how low your health is. And we'll start at 0 actually. And then get rid of the chance for stack, just to simplify the calculations. Here. Make this min chance. Var HP factor. It's wagging right now. Oh no. Oh no. I might have to... I'm gonna use a bathroom in a bit. I'm in the middle of writing this code. Equals... Is it player state dot health? Hold on, player... Here, we'll do a function Get health percent. Fraction. What do I call it? Interview time. Are you Asian? Maybe. Are you cool? I don't know. That's up to you. Are you GAY and naked? Answers yes / me. I know not what you mean by this. Part of me has been wondering if I need to lean harder into being straight, into liking women. To defy the usual VTuber trend of being fruity and just be like Joecat in that one video that people gave him shit over that. Man, can't have shit. Can't like women on the internet. If he was Asian, he'd have been eaten by now. I'd be eating myself. Are you furry? Yes, she isn't. I will say there's a line at which a character becomes anthropomorphic enough for me to enjoy it, to get the gratification from. And that line is probably at the point where people would probably consider that furry. But it has to overlap with my other interests to like a certain degree. Woman can like woman on the internet. Damn, you're right. Gamers are the most oppressed. Male VTubers are the most oppressed class. Asian furry level. Unironically, I tend to find... Well, maybe this isn't even that much of a hot take. I tend to find like the Japanese kimono furry aesthetic to be appealing enough at times. Sometimes. Maybe. Maybe sometimes. Rotate float. Return health, divide by get stat, item stat, max HP. Yeah, do that. Stretch! Stretching! I'm stretching! So let's do 1 minus player state, get health fraction, and then chance is player pef from min chance to max chance, HP factor. I guess we could have done max chance to min chance using the health fraction. Okay, whatever. Alright, do that. We'll get rid of that comment. We'll go to... I guess we can make this uncommon. Chance to spawn a healing. Increased chance and I guess we made it uncommon. Okay, that should do the thing. Hello, Will Sleep's not. Hello. Hydrating. Stretching. I brush my teeth. I can taste the toothpaste. The mintiness of the toothpaste on my water. Stretching. Ugh. Ugh. I'm gonna stand up. Ugh. Anyway, hello. How you been? Hope you're doing well. Thanks. Glad to see you. Coding. So add item. I call it vampire. All right, whatever. We have 10 vampire. Chance starts at 0, so actually at full health there's no chance. So at 50% health, it should be a 25% chance to spawn. Is it even spawning the... wait. Heal on kill proc effect. On kill. I'm gonna breakpoint this. Okay. HP factor 0.54. Chance 0.27. That's expected. Did we just get unlucky? Random less than equal to chance. No, I think we are just getting unlucky. I'm trying to test out this item, man. There we go. Okay. Invalid assignment. Value of type int. Oh, we assigned an int to a float. We just do that, right? Oh. Wait, okay, hold on. Alright, hope you're doing as well. Our world made a dating sim. Damn, get that furry back. Get the furry money. Toothpaste water. Oh, love my toothpaste water. Okay, give me the vampire item. Atachi vampire. Okay. Oh my god, is 25% chance really that low? Okay, we got it. It works. It works. Wait, we had 10, right? And it's 10 plus 5 per stack. 10 plus 5 per stack? Yeah, so at 10 it would be 55? Okay. Heal value is... yeah, 55. Okay, yeah. Math is mathing. The math is mathing. Okay. That's your healing item. Now do 10 push-ups without that giantess, bro. Probably should be exercising more. Oh well. Okay, that's our health and heal item. Health up. Do I want that much HP? It's kind of a lot. Let's make it a common item at 25 HP. Do. Jump height up. Yeah, we can make it uncommon, I guess. I know how I feel. We already had a mocha item. Separate from the fire rate up. I'm just gonna get rid of it then. Jump height, move speed up. There's move speed and reload speed. I think we wanted to change this. What did I even do? We already have move speed items, don't we? No, I don't actually. Then we'll make this only give you 10% movement speed. And make it common. Okay. So a couple movement items. Pickup range. Alright, this one I was seeing a lot and was like really boring. So I'm gonna make it an XP up item. Even though we already have the same kind of upgrade for the player. Oh well. Yeah, maybe a 10% XP gain. Can still be common. The Pierce up. You can just get rid of the damage minus. Make it a rare actually, because that's pretty big. I think in a lot of cases. This one I named proc up, but I don't think we ever added any stat scaling for the item procs. But that would be really cool. Wait. The way was it? The 57 leaf clover in Risk of Rain works is it adds another roll, well, mathematically, to all your proc effects. Right now it's a XP gain and crit chance. I wanted these items to be more interesting than just stat ups. But we already had a crit chance up. I think we'll just, yeah, put this in unused. Rocket slide. This one was not communicated very well, so I think I'm just gonna put it in unused for now. It makes your slide always be at the max speed, like the ultra kill slide. This one XP gain up, we've merged that with the magnet up. Magnet item. Okay. I'm gonna make all the move speed upgrades more impactful actually. I'm gonna adjust the all stats up. And yeah, coin shot is rare. That's like one of the fun ones. Grenade on hit is uncommon. All right, let's try it out. Let's try out the game. Are we Robin Neo now? We're doing something. I don't know what you guys are doing. I'm just messing with my game. Oh yeah, one thing I want to do is just increase the number of chests spawning. Chest spawner. Let's double that. 40 chests. 40 chests. Gee, Billy. How come Mom lets you have 40 chests? Okay. Alright. 1 billion chests. I'll add more interactables at some point. Let's try actually play the game. I will adjust the spawns too. And as for a demo, I actually have no idea when I'm gonna make this public. I will probably do like an early members only thing. Members and Twitch subs. At some point. Alright, crit up. Crit up, bro. Fire rate, sure. Alright. Doesn't matter if you put the acid, phosphorus, or pseudoephedrine in, as long as you mix it up and cook at 240 Celsius. What the fuck is a kilometer? Noted. Noted. Should remember to slide hop. That seems like a very effective way. Ooh, dashes. A little awkward they have to... Oh. Oh god, there's so many. 12% speed up. Oh god. I'm schmovementing. Uh-oh, I need money. Revolver, sure. I'm not sure if it's actually... Well, it does have the one pierce. Okay, oh god. Oh, I'm so close to the next level. Alright, item. Explosion radius. These are kind of underwhelming. Give me... damage. Is that one shot? No, does not one shot. Coin shot, we got it. The funny item. Okay, I think we'll go back to... Oh wait, does that one shot now? God, the reload's so low. Oh my god, why did that phase through them? Anyway, yeah, that does one shot body shot now. Oh, we missed the coin. There's a coin. We missed it. Anyway, we probably want to slow down the spawns at like this point. Which I think we did. Yeah, there's the coin. Should really add sounds to that. Oh. We plan on adding melee. It seems really fun to run in the enemies with a sword. It would, yeah. Yeah, I'm still thinking about what to do there. I had an idea for like a whip that's also a grappling hook. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that idea. Coin's actually kind of hard to just... Since it's so inconsistent... Okay, don't... Probably make the health pickups have like a base chance to spawn. Oh. Just add a joke weapon, the big fish. Looks like a short theme VTuber. You swing it by its tail. It's the fish from... Oh my god. Explosions. I need to adjust those explosion sounds. It's the holy mackerel from TF2. Could do that. Oh my god. This rocket drone is kind of nutty. 25% damage up. That's universal. It's pretty huge. That coin is really hard to hit. I should probably give it like more... Oh. More something. And probably nerf this rocket drone. Joke SMG is going to be a dogway that you have to see firing it. Reloading it, you pat his head. The head pad item. Oh god, explosions. Oh my god, it's just critting and chewing through them. Here's the fast dudes. I'm liking the stat progression. We are going to need to start increasing the enemy level at some point. Still not sure what I want to do with the passive weapons. I feel like I need to have better control of that as a designer, like when the player gets the drones. Or just nerf them. I think the idea was that they'd be weaker than the primary weapons, but right now this freaking rocket drone is way too powerful. Oh, you on him. Another air jump. Oh, legendary damage. Air jump's proving to be extremely powerful, like in Risk of Rain. Oh. Oh my god. Give me healing. I need the healing item now. I need it yesterday. These chests are so expensive though. There's the boss. I can't even hit the frickin' coins. I need to like make those a lot easier to hit probably. Cause it's not like the marksman where you're throwing the coins from your position. Oh. Oh crap. Grenade on hit would go crazy here. Oh god. Either that or just nerf the garlic. It'd be like a Tesla drone. Nah, Tesla drone, I think, is what I want it to be. Bosses need health bars. So you can see that it's a boss. Still no healing. That's probably needs to have an upgrade or something for your HP regen. Regular damage ups are just really good since they're multiplicative of weapon damage. And also affect all your weapons, including the drones. Probably needs to change. Bosses need to be bigger and cooler. Yeah, they should. That's my pickup range even. Best ball, this thing was kind of ridiculous. Alright. I think this is like the endless spawns point. Oh, we need a magnet power up. That's a classic. Ark Survival Evolved. There's a massive Hunger Games style game. Someone used the tameable birds as attack drones. Nice. Alright, more damage. Or more enemies. Give me HP up so I don't die immediately. Although speed might have been good there. Alright, look at all this death and destruction. Still solid, max 165 FPS. That's good. Let's see how it performs when there's a million animated enemies going on. Or, well, these are animated. Put a million, like, non-GPU animated enemies. Oh god, they're shooting at me. Oh, finally. The healing pickup item. Yeah, I'm thinking there should be a base chance to spawn healing pickups. Oh my god, that's like so good to get at this point. Oh, but now there's no chance to spawn healing pickups at max HP. Oh boy. Let me know if the game's too loud, by the way. Oh boy. We got Pierce. I think this spawn stopped scaling at this point, so we probably outscaled the entire game at this point. Which means I guess we won. Yeah, we're gonna have to make some changes. Alright, this seems the best way to build up speed. Slide hopping. Just like Titanfall. Give me HP, since enemies aren't scaling. Reminds me of Holocure if it was a 3D FPS. It's one of those games. I mean, it is named FPS Survivors. Not the final name, I hope. I like how they're like cones on the ground. Pickups. They're actually tetrahedrons. God, did I even set the drone limit? It does reach a point where your drones are like the big thing. That explosion sound is getting really annoying. Not sure what to do about it. I feel like it's good for the regular rocket launcher, but the auto-firing ones, it's like kind of dumb. I think I wanted to lean farther away from the auto-firing, so maybe we need like a weak explosion sound. Keep that for like the strong explosion sound. And then nerf the drones a lot. Make drone explosion, low damage, large AoE. We could do that, yeah. Part of the problem is just that the enemies aren't scaling, because I have not added that yet. And also the drones are like literally in my weapon model, because they were built off of like this old passive weapon system. Eh. Game's too easy. Game's too easy. I'm getting bored. I don't have money for the next item. But yeah, around this point, I'd probably put like a huge screw you wave. Oh, what happened to my air acceleration? Am I crazy? Oh no, I think I stopped holding forward. That's what happened. Ah. That poor pack of wolves probably spooked the hell out of them. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, well, we beat the game. We can we can stop testing now. Ugh. Okay. What do we need? Probably some base level of health regeneration, so you aren't like forever screwed over until you find the one healing item, which does a lot for the healing. Group of 5 wolves wandered up. Didn't realize my boat was here till they were about 20 feet from it. Saw me moving. As long as they're not heading towards you. Giantess foot throws a foot-shaped body pillow at a cluster of enemies, and a giant foot slams down on where it lands. Dude. Actually, that's literally Binding of Isaac, right? The High Priestess. Okay, I want to use the bathroom. So I'm gonna take a break, and what else are we gonna do? Probably think about that first. Items. Think HP, increase heal you. Here's my notes. More interactable types, difficulty scaling over time. I think we realized that we hit the point where we want difficulty scaling, and then we'll adjust the spawns. We already did this. Oh yeah, I didn't show you guys the refactor. Where's my code? Let's see. Adjust items. Add grenade model. All right. But anyway, if where is it? Where was it? Okay. This is what I did in this Git diff for refactoring. Okay, ignore the animation changes. Well, I guess they are part of it still, though. Whatever. We added an equip animation, but the big thing was refactoring. Oh god, where is it? Primary weapon. Yeah, primary weapon.gd. It was a mess of like specific bools and specific timers. I refactored it to a state machine, which is what we should have been using the whole time. So we have signals for the animations, and then we have, where is it? Enum weapon state. Unequipped, equipping, ready, firing, firing secondary, and reloading. So I think I watched a video talking about like Doom's weapon system, and I was kind of inspired by that. The OG Doom. And we have one timer that's just the timer for switching between states. And it is so much nicer than this hell of weird bools and weird specific timers. So all our logic is really on the state changes. Doot, 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 doot. And then up each frame, we update if we're reloading. If we're ready, we already start reloading. We can shoot when we're in the ready state or the reloading state. And we have ammo. Reloading is based on reload speed and not fire rate. Or rather, yeah, we had a regen delay. That was like the time of the firing state. Or the timer for the firing state. And we, yeah, refactored it. There we go. Okay. So what else are we doing today, though? Yeah, probably do the difficulty scaling. So we'll probably need, we want a time to start scaling at, and then it will follow some kind of exponential curve based on time. And we already have the enemy level system to do this. So if I go into Godot, wolves were way more scared of me than I was of them. Even they weren't, have a mare's leg on my boat. It's really one-sided. Lever action 44. Man. Neat. There's that one gun. It's a Winchester in Killing Floor. The lever action rifle. I really like. Back what I missed. I was about to use the bathroom, but I was going over my weapon code refactor. Where is it? Primary weapon. We're using a state machine now. It's so much nicer instead of having a bunch of weird timers every now and then. Okay. I'm hydrating. I'm also going to fill my water bottle. But yeah, all the logic is now in the state transitions. So when we're done equipping, when we're done firing secondary, we go into ready state. When we're in the ready state, we reload if we're not at max ammo. Can shoot out of the reloading state like TF2. Stretch. I'm stretching. We have this on state changed function. Whenever there's a state change, we do this logic and also emit signals, and those signals are used for animations instead of we were doing like overloaded functions, overriding functions to do it, animation stuff earlier. But yeah, this is a lot nicer. So we wanted to do difficulty scaling, and it's somewhere. Not simulation, actually. Wave Manager has the difficulty in this difficulty script already. We have stuff. Work that maps. I'm stretching. Anyway, base damage, base health, base speed. Aggression, I think, was animation speed for attack animations and stuff. Then we have... Alright, so our old system was per wave. We multiply the enemy level and add. Our new system, we want... What is it? Could just... Yeah, get rid of a lot of these. Hero prices, I think will stay the same. And right now, I think the chest's pricing scale is a bit fast. And that might be... I think, yeah, no, it's on the chest script that we have the chest mult on open. 1.5. And the base cost. What do you want to do here? Oh, you know what else Deep Rock Galactic Survivor does is give you health on level up. We could do that. And there's also like map objectives that have healing. We could do that as well. You might think about that later though. So how's this gonna work? You follow like an exponential curve, and then when... Actually, no, I think we'll do it like the level updates every minute. Yeah, we'll do it that way. So we'll have like level molt per minute, which would be exponential. I'll think about it on the toilet. How about that? All right. Enjoy the vast blank landscape while I BRB. Okay, BRB. Thank you, random perv, for the $10 Canadian. Neo's hot dog money for the day. Oh wait, I didn't fill my water bottle. Oh wait. Hold on. We're still in the ad break, right? Okay, I'm gonna be again. Ag. I choked on my water. Oops. Thank you for the the gifted sub, Electric. I did notice. Thank you. He hates us very much, so we're abandoned. Punished by ads, yes. Abandoned. Forever. Alright. He seems to love glizzies. I do. I do like those hot dogs, man. But more than just the hot dog is the fact that they're $1.50. And you get a soda. Choked on something that was not a protein tube. Yes. No. Wait. I should probably gift on YouTube since it's cheaper. Probably. Yeah, even after, was it Twitch 50/50 cut and then YouTube 70/30 cut? We did the math earlier, right? Hello 10572. Hello. We did the math earlier, right? 50/50 cut of $5.99 is $3, right? And then 70/30 cut of $5 is 5 times 0.7 free 50. I get 50 cents more for a YouTube gift member or a YouTube member. Chewing on rubber. Okay. What was the plan? We're moving away from the wave system entirely, right? So I guess we could put this in this script since it's the one that has the difficulty. But we probably want to throw away a bunch of old code that we're not going to use anymore. So one more than done. You would have to. You'd have to do this, man. Thank you for the gift member. Welcome, JP2. Insert supporter name here. It's called Dog Walker, I think. Welcome to Dog Walker. Look. What are we doing? What was I doing? Frick. You guys got me distracted. Okay. Let's do export var enemy level molt per minute. It's a float. We could just do it like times 1.1 each minute. What does that? It smell like wet dog. Neo, did you miss? Nope. I sat down even. There's no way that the piss could get outside the bowl. Okay. Just saying. Just saying. I'm just gonna... We did 6% per minute for wave. Oh, but we also had add per wave. Wait, what does this even look like? Calculator. We could do add per minute as well. Additive scaling and multiplicative scaling. But I think we want it to be... no. No, we probably want both of these. Yeah. Add per minute. Something like that. Edge. Re-gifted 2 here, 1 on YouTube. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Small enough to sit down, confirmed. Huh? Oh no. Don't go interpreting. It depends on the size of the toilet, okay? You can't just measure it based on that. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this. How about we do it this way? Minute and per minute times minute times enemy level multiple per minute. Do that. And then why the frick did we do... Oh, wait. We had game state has a timer. Oh. Why are we adding it to the scene here? Ugh, it's such a spaghetti mess. Okay, how's this gonna work? We'll do... Okay, var minute is an int equals 0. When do we set the enemy level? Wait. Oog. Ooh. I hope she made lots of spaghetti. Where am I even referencing? Okay, get enemy level. Surely this is referenced... Oh, this is in the difficulty script. Wave started... Where the fuck is this even referenced? Huh? Enemy level. Oh no, this is the UI. This is just the UI. Good thing I double checked my forge before I cook it. Almost cooked some tansy. I'm Googling it. Huh? Tansy effect? Huh? Huh? I couldn't find it. I just found names of people. Tansy looks very similar to Queen Anne's lace, wild carrot. and is super poisonous. Ah, I see. Great. This code is ancient, positively ancient. I was a wee baby trying to figure out what Godot is. So I think I want... Wait, no. Should probably do this in the game state script though, right? Get enemy damage mod, enemy speed mod. Right, we're using wave number right now, but now it's going to be minute, so then this gets referenced in the simulation. Yeah, okay, so it'll probably be in game state. We'll do stuff like this, but the timer should be somewhere else, and so we'll do something like var minute number is an int. And we could do a minute timer, but I think instead we want to do something like this. All right, so difficulty will be based off of the minute number. Wow. For those wondering, Queen Anne's lace leaves grow in a circular pattern, its roots smell like a carrot. Tansy's leaves grow on opposite sides in a vertical pattern, and its roots have no smell. Noted. Ah. Oh god, why is this called simulation? Calc mod damage. Wait, does it? Yeah, this does have... Okay, yeah, this does have... Okay, whatever. You know, one of the things that happened between when I started this project and now is that Godot actually implemented physics interpolation for 3D. And I started this project before that, so I had to add this smoothing node. And it's like a manual GD script implementation of physics interpolation. But they finally added it, so I could, in theory, get rid of that. Or more than just in theory, I could get rid of that. If you're not familiar with forging, do research for what grows where you're forging, and remember the golden rule. If you think you have it down, you don't. Double check. Noted. I will try to not accidentally kill myself by foraging for things, for mushrooms or berries or something. Or nuts. Been eating a lot of nuts, cashews, pumpkin seeds, pistachios. Pistachios are good. Say that people somehow mistook water hemlock for Queen Anne's lace. Not sure how, but they did. Noted. I don't have any sort of what's the word? Unearned confidence in my forging ability because I've never really gone forging before, so I really don't know what I'm doing. I would be looking at some diagram in a book and looking at the leaf and going like, oh, it looks close enough. That's probably the safe one, right? That would be me. Given my lack of forging experience. Okay, so now difficulty is based on the minute number? Right, so all we need to do is update this minute number. Minute number is 0, and then... yeah. I guess we'll do that in Wave Manager. Our minute timer. So we don't need a reference to the, or we don't need a minute variable here because we'll just use the game state one. We'll have a minute timer as a timer. Timer.new. It's gonna be an onReady var. Okay, minute timer. Wait time set to 60. On timeout, game state, minute number plus equals 1. Minute timer set. We it's in start. What do we set it looping? Minute timer dot. I should probably just look at the docs for timer. Timer node. Let's see, auto start. Ignore timescale. Timer process callback. Process in physics. Add child minute timer. And then started. We're still missing something. The looping. How do you make it loop? Can you make it loop? One shot true. Okay, one shot. If true, timer will stop after reaching the end. Otherwise, as by default, timer will automatically restart. Oh, okay. Wait, didn't I set a timer somewhere that's didn't set one shot? I think I wrote some code a little bit earlier. Group foraging, kind of important information. There's a universal toxicity test. You can still get sick doing it. Another important rule for living off the land. Rabbit 100% always needs either butter or cheese. Rabbit. Dude, I was just watching a video. Wait, no, I was watching a video from a rabbit VTuber talking about rabbits, not Pippa. It was Kiki. It was Kiki. And there's like this one giant breed of rabbit that's like the size of a large dog. Can weigh like 20 pounds. I was like, oh my god, rabbits get that big? Where the hell was it? In my code. Where the hell was it? Player items? Oh, wait, no, we're using get tree create timer. Right, these timers are one shot by default. Yeah, the get tree create timers are one shot by default. Okay. Flemish giant rabbit, tasty if cooked right. Those ones are tasty too. Oh man. Huh. This is so hacky. So weird. 15 to 20 pounds. Huh. All right, and this process mode is inherit, right? Okay. I just need to check that because the get tree create timer API is just different. Okay, so that should update the minute number, and then the minute number should update the enemies levels. Let me just double check. Is it game state? Minute number updates the difficulty get enemy level minute number. We had a UI thing somewhere that was using this. And this needs to change from wave number to minute number. But really this should be in game state as a function. Bonk get enemy level. Turns whatever difficulty return difficulty dot get enemy level minute number. Returns an int. So this can also be int. And then this can be self get enemy level. Don't need the self technically. OOP doing what OOP is supposed to do. And then this can be game state get enemy level. Yeah. Okay, so we should have enemy scaling every minute now. Or rather, or no, we did the thing, right? Right? We did the code that does the thing, right? All right. 4 feet long when stretched. I've eaten people. You really expect me not to have had giant bunny? Interesting. Very interesting. Huh. Alright, XP gain. We need opening sounds. I need to rebalance the damage up upgrade. I proudly present as PETA's worst nightmare, as no animal is off the table for me. Yes, that includes box jellyfish. Not great IMO, but edible if you remove the tentacles and cook it. That thing? The super dangerous one? Damn. I'm thinking we need more health regen of things, stuffs, and to probably adjust the chest price scaling. Rebalance that damage upgrade. It should be additive, shouldn't it be? We can make that change pretty easily, actually. In primary weapon? There's like calculate the, where is it? Where do we set it? Oh no, it is additive. Plus gets that % damage, gets that % damage. Oh, why was I thinking it was not additive? Hold on. This is the old script, right? No, this is the definition. Passive weapon? Okay, this is the thing. Passive weapon. Yeah, damage. It is additive. I'm crazy. Why am I crazy? God's evil bag has passed my digestive system. Living life with next to no fucks to hand out. That's based. I think I just don't have enough, was it stat upgrade options other than the damage? So the damage becomes like the biggest thing. Are there other reasons why? It feels like that damage upgrade is too strong. I don't know. I just keep picking it. I don't know. I don't know. What do I want to change? Chest price scaling. You're gonna go to, it's the chest scene actually, or the chest script. It's not even export bar. Should be export bar. Export bar, cost multi open. Let's make it 1.2 times. See how that feels. Still exponential, but less exponential. The second we get human-animal hybrids, I'm gonna have a whole new list of things to eat. Human-plant hybrids even more? Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Alright, I can stand on the chest. Kinda hard to pick up the XP from here. Alright. Oh. Is Control Escape a shortcut on Windows by default? I was trying to pause while jumping. Anyway, I'm thinking I would need to either increase the weapon damage upgrades or decrease the damage upgrades. Actually, it's balanced in, was it? DRG Survivor balances the damage upgrades by having them by type, and then the type damage upgrades are like twice as effective as the general damage upgrade. So it gives you more options there. When you meet aliens, it could be the xenomorph, and my first question is, you think I can grill that? As opposed to, you think I could frick that? Because I think some people online would be looking at it from that perspective. I think we just need more upgrade choices, because it's kind of limited at the moment. And I do want more upgrade choices, or what's the word? Interactables. I feel like with the items now, I'm spending less time focused on the enemies. Yeah, these drones need a need a rebalance. Ooh, legendary. The thing is, what was it? In DRG Survivor, all your weapons are active at once. In this game, you have one weapon active. So your one weapon that's active, you can keep upgrading. And then never use the other weapons. So, not sure how to balance that. There are foods I've written off. Rice, jellyfish. Veal may surprise you, but I don't like it. I still haven't tried it. Tried veal. My dad keeps telling me about when he was a hunter and hunted meats, including veal. Or I don't know if it was specifically veal, but just deer. Blood heal. Oh wait, I did keep that one. Oh my god, I can buy so many more items now. That's a little crazy. I'll have to tweak the numbers. This might take a while to really balance. And I don't know how I feel about the sliding meta. Like, surely there's more interesting movement than this. I guess it would need more of an interesting map to make the movement feel interesting. Oh, we got the all stats up. But now I feel like there's less focus on the actual XP collecting compared to going to these chests. So actually, maybe 1.5 times was the right amount. Oh. Wait, the enemy level's increasing, but the UI isn't increasing. Oh my god, what the heck is dealing 70 freaking damage? Oh. Oh. Oh, this is a sniper rifle drone, the sniper drone. Ah. I don't like it for ethical reasons, unlike the others on my anti-food list. Don't get me wrong, if there's nothing else, I will eat it. An alternative, I'm going for the alternative. Have the world edge walls kill the player, making enemy spawn set distance from player. They already spawn that way, though. They did have the idea to add like a battle royale ring. So I don't know when we're gonna implement that, but the idea is there. Crit up. Okay, they're getting a little tanky. 12% speed up. Oh god, I'm zooming. This is getting goofy. The question is it goofy in a good way though? See, no raid, thank you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Zeno. Dog has the zoomies. We're zooming. Dio, I raid you. Thank you. Alright, 2 rockets. I need to update that equip animation. It's too slow. Oh yeah, check this out. Oh, I messed it up. Hold on. Check this out. Oh, I missed. Hold on, check this out. I missed. Hold on. Wait. Wait, check this out. Wait, check this out. Yeah, there we go. Okay, shot the rocket. That was what I'll show you. Yeah, we added that off stream. I added that off stream. Game's looking good. Thanks. I feel like it's... I don't know. I'm feeling better than before, I think, on the game. I think there was some real pacing issues with the wave structure from last time I tried to do this. Ooh, that pistol reload speed. Oh, but the damage is so low. It's not that much lower than the revolver, and it has pierce. I forget how much. Fire rate is kind of bad now that I think about it. Probably because reload speed's the big limiter. Where the hell are my items? My item chest set. Ugh. But yeah, I want to nerf these drones, and I'm not sure where I want the power to go as a result of it. I guess just making it so the player has more items to buy kind of works. Bet Broline would like this. I hope so. I hope it's the kind of game. It's the kind of game I like. it's not, there's a problem. Broly mentioned. To make drones have a battery so they're short-lived buff. Oh yeah, we could just give them... Whoa! What happened? S-Slurp requires normalized quaternions. Oh man. Okay, we broke the we broke the Rust code by calling a Godot or Godot Rust function for S-Slurp. Called S-Slurp with a non-normalized quaternion? Huh. Okay. I guess we could just search for slurp. Straight up slurping it. Oh. Oh, we only use slurp once. Hold on. We're straight up slurping it. Yeah, it has to be this call because there's no other slurps in the Rust. And this panics if either quaternion is not normalized. Meaning it's the mob's current rotation? Wait a minute. Jebert, how do you end up with quaternion that isn't normalized? I have no idea. Now Neo's gonna end up on my page, dude. No. No. I don't remember getting this before. Where are we? We're not... I think that's the only place we update the rotation, actually. So if it's the current rotation... being not normalized. What the hell? Oh my god. Quaternion. Alright, we're gonna look at the Godot Rust docs. Somewhere. Godot Rust. Does it give any more information about the mob in the stack trace? No. This is the problem with the whole shenanigans I'm trying to do. All it says is simulation.gd 144 failed, and then we're calling the like compiled code, and it doesn't have like the, I guess, not all the debug stuff we want. Yeah, I'm not getting an actual stack trace. It does give the line in Godot core, so Godot Rust, the Godot Rust crate, line 198 in quaternion.rs. But like, there's no other information. That's partially on me because I think I'd need to implement debug stuff like that. But no, we don't have that. Godot has a debugger equivalent to GDB. Thing is, this isn't in Godot, this is in a GD extension, and a GD extension is like compiled code. Compiled Rust code, in this case. How in the world are you going to reproduce this? We're gonna give up, throw away this code, and switch to Unity. That's what we're gonna do. I'm sure there's like a safe slurp function in Godot Rust somewhere, right? But I mean, that's probably bad for performance. Quaternion, slurp. Slurp ni. Normalize panics if the quaternion has life 0. And you said a crash handler. Probably. How does panic in Rust? Can you like catch a panic? in Rust? I don't think so. While unwinding, the runtime will take care of freeing. Panic will cause the program to report the panic message and exit. Oh. Yeah, I don't think you can, like, catch a panic in Rust. Usually you're supposed to just not panic, but I think for performance, the way this library is set up, yeah, the slurp function panics if either quaternion is not normalized. Save as much state information as you can in the case of a crash. How does panic work? Unwinding a stack or boarding in response to a panic. When a panic occurs, program starts unwinding. Rust walks back up the stack. Data. Oh, okay. Run with Rust backtrace equals 1 environment variable to display a backtrace. Oh, there's probably a way if we were like in pure Rust, but I don't know how to do it in our like GD extension land. I'm wondering. Wait. Let me look at the code again. In mob update. From axis angle. Axis up. That makes sense though, right? So it would be the mob's current rotation. That would be a borked not normalized quaternion. So many things annoying working for us. Not very mature. Yeah. Although in this case especially, trying to integrate Rust with Godot. Pain. One of these days you'll learn the Imperial C++ like everyone else. I could have done this in C++. Using Flex is a ECS library in C++ that I think I was looking into like really early on. And then I got skill issued because I didn't know like what memory is safe to use and not safe to use. Unity dots is pretty easy from a memory safety perspective for the most part. I think there's like 1 or 2 things specifically that it says you have to like free this at the end of the thing or else you memory leak or whatever. Science. Haven't heard of Flex? It was like one of the first ECS libraries I found when I was like Googling for ECS, and I think someone did make like an integration into Godot sample project, and I worked based on that. Blah. Blah. Wait a minute, you spelled deflects correctly. But yeah, this is the only place where setting the rotation. Which is bad. This is bad. Actually, the plan, what was it? We're doing rotation interpolation. Yeah, this is running on every fixed update physics process. This code. I mean, at the very least, you only have one slurp call, so we know exactly where the slurp is panicking. But yeah, where the hell would a quaternion be not normalized? And if it's this one, if it's only updated here, well, what if I just search for mute rotation? Update pre-rotation. Yeah, we're only slurping here. Slurp. Gonna go to sleep. Good night. Good night, Rezico. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Yeah. What mole? Negation, partial EQ. This latest. Oh, I guess we can check is normalized. We could debug assert is normalized. I think we still get the same amount of information though. So it doesn't really help. Ugh. But if we're planning on throwing this code away in the first place and we don't care about performance, then you know what we could do is just do an if check if is normalized. Here, we'll do like, what was it? Let 2 equal yoink. That should be normalized. So we can debug assert. 2 dot is normalized. Godot core, yeah, okay. Gone! And then, what was it? If not, rote.cur is normalized. Rote.cur equals 2, else slurp. Slurp to it. Slurp to Yeah, we could try that. And then we have to make... Oh, this is gonna take a while, I think. First we gotta close the game. Next we're blocking waiting on build directory. Oh, frick, it's running cargo check. This is gonna take forever. Because I think something happens with the build cache when I'm working on the same folder on multiple Windows user accounts. So it might be compiling like all the dependency packages as well. Thanks, Rust. Doot. Oh yeah, this is one more reason I want to give up on this code is so I don't have to build it in Rust. Oh, okay, we got all the other packages, so it's just building my package, the FPS survivors. Okay, yeah, that wasn't that bad. Okay, cool. I say as it only takes like several minutes. Hopefully that fixes it. Let's just do a brief check to make sure game works. Do. Okay, mobs should rotate properly. And they do. Okay, good. Alright. Game works. Yeah, not sure what I want to do, but I feel like we're gonna have to do a lot of tweaking and testing. Yeah, we're getting close to 4 hours. And it's getting a little late. I'm probably gonna end stream soon, if not now. Soon. Okay. we reevaluated our decision to scrap this and move to Unity, despite the fact that I'm still working on this current code base. But we did the difficulty scaling over time. I think our UI isn't updating. Hold on. First, let's commit the rest code. Fix mob rotation not normalized. Okay, and then what else were we doing? What else was I doing? Frick. Feet. Enemy. Here's my VS Code somewhere. Enemy level scales with time. And hold on. Enemy level UI, we want to fix that. I think it's enemy level.gd. It's this thing. God, I really wish it was easier to find the scene that a script was attached to, but I guess it's on me for not naming. Actually, yeah, no, wait, where the hell is this referenced? Oh my god. View owners? Game UI. Okay, that's how we find it, I guess. Enemy level. Oh, right, because we tied it to wave started. Okay. Then we should be updating this every what? Every time the minute changes. Which means we need a signal for the minute number changing. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Set value minute number equals value, and then signal minute number changed. Typically these signals are meant to take in the change value, but I'm just gonna, we don't need it, so I'm just gonna do an empty signal. No args. Okay, and then minute game state minute number changed connects to update enemy level. Okay. And we should probably have a sound effect along with opening chest, but we'll get there eventually. Looking at Flex looks pretty useful. It's an ECS library, yeah. One of the older ones, one of the more mature ones. And I believe it's been used in a bunch of games. But yeah. Check it out. It does say enemy level 0 at the moment. So you know what, we should probably call update enemy level in ready. So if I start again, oh no, it does start at 0? Wait, just double check. Just double check. It does actually start at 0. Doot 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 doot. Doot doot doot. Doot 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 doot. Non-existent function get enemy level and base nil. Oh, did the game UI load before we set the difficulty? Oh, because we only set the difficulty from the wave manager. Oh. Wait, does it start at 0? It does, right? Hold on. Get enemy level? Get enemy level. If the minute number is 0, then it's... Yeah, it's 0. It is 0. Oh, so I guess starting at 0 is accurate then. Huh. Then I guess we just make this if turn this if difficulty else 0. Silly Python style ternaries. I kind of like Rust's style of having the if statement itself return values. I do think that's a neat feature of Rust. Although it is funny, I saw like someone tweet about this. That the Rust compiler will literally tell you Rust has no ternary operator when it detects that you used a freaking ternary operator. Clojure does that too. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I probably should have gone reload speed there. Also, I probably need to balance the game to be much easier than it is for me if I expect normal average people to play this game and enjoy themselves. Wow. Wow. Alright, what else do I want in this game? Damn it. If only I could just press the make better game button. Make the game more interesting. What was that? I did a dash and a jump. It felt like it went farther vertically, but I must be crazy. Does it actually go farther vertically? Oh, it does, I think. Wait, am I... No, I think it's the same. I'm like fooling myself. It feels higher because of the sudden stop at the end. I feel like how Clojure works as a language. It's so dang slow and tied to the JVM. Runs on 11 billion machines. What's that meme? I was gonna make a joke about C# being Microsoft Java and the Hello Human Resources meme, but I don't know enough about either language to really do it proper justice. There's a lot of comfy language features. I like those comfy language features. I wish languages were just better. Man. Reload up is good. Oh, all these level ups. Oh boy. I still feel like the movement is missing something. It might just be visuals, like camera movement stuff. Modern C++ has a lot of comfy language features too. Not quite on the level of Clojure. It has a lot of features. We still don't have a crit sound. Probably do that at some point. That's the thing I feel good about working on, because it's very easy to transfer that over to a new project, like the sound design. Right, I'm pretty sure Unity's audio source parameters are very similar to the Godot ones. Man, how am I supposed to use the good features in C++ and not the bad features and not shoot myself in the foot with the giant automated auto shotgun? Love me some sound design. I've been noticing it and thinking about it more and more. I remember I keep thinking about Hakita talking about in one of the Ultra Kill dev streams about how if you're making a game, like sound is one of the first things you should add. It really adds to like the game experience. Yay. Yippee. I'm starting to go simpler with like the Risk of Rain style short item descriptions, even though a game like this is very probably more numbers focused. Probably has you thinking more about the numbers. I need to nerf that rocket launcher drone. I need to nerf the drones in general. Probably. Although I don't know, maybe that can be fun too. At the very least, I need to make the drones look more like drones. Like have them follow you or swing around you. They probably should have like the reload speed and stuff like that, so you have to manage the reloads on them. Add like a flying sound. Okay, we'll just say when I beat this boss, we've beaten the demo or something. Probably need to limit the number of drones too. Probably. Is this higher DPS for reload? Probably. Oh, look at the crits. I need another indicator on the like damage numbers for headshots. I know why the reload speed upgrade also increases your fire rate if it's high enough. Okay. Jason Turner's videos do a good job covering the foot guns. Noted. I will try to shoot myself in the foot less if I ever do C++. Floor sticky with cherryade. We sure are. Okay. The game is getting boring, which means we need to add more stuff. Or tweak the existing stuff to be more interesting. So, I get this general feeling of imbalance. Let me write down like a notes thing. And I guess if I made a public demo, you guys could give me this sort of feedback too, but let's make a new thing, testing notes. All right. What did I notice? All damage upgrades seem strong. Drones seem too strong. Does the map have to be a flat plane? This is another one of the reasons I want to remake this in Unity. If I wanted to have environment collisions with the enemies, first I need to implement some way of getting the map data from Godot into the ECS simulation. Probably similar to like Unity's authoring components. And then I'd also need to implement the collisions on the enemies, because all the physics and stuff I've sort of been doing manually and not through like a Any physics engine library. I am using like a collisions library. I'm using Perry 3D, which is like the underlying collision library used by Rapier in Rust. But yeah, I need to write a lot of stuff myself to have the enemies interact with the world. Since the player's in the Godot world, adding map geometry in Godot is actually pretty doable. Like, I can stand on the chest and stuff, that's because it's in the Godot world, but it's not in the ECS world, so the enemies aren't interacting with it. And then Pathfinder is another question. I could just make the enemies climb, which is what Megabonk did, and it seems to work pretty well for this kind of game. It does kind of limit the map design. Hello, greetings from Brazil. Hello, teacher Eduardo M. Welcome to the stream. I was gonna end soon. We did a playtest, or I tested my own game. Heart, hello. Hello. Brazil. It was like so unrelated, but I've been hearing about this game called Brazilian Drug Dealer Simulator. And it's like a Quake mod, and it's got this ridiculous unhinged art style. Is it Brazilian Drug Dealer Simulator? Brazilian Drug Dealer 3. This game. I saw this online, and then someone made like a YouTube video saying that this game is peak. Anyway, oh my god, it's still on sale. It's only $239. Anyway, Red Feoada? I've never heard of that. Something simple like a height map. That could be doable. I'd still have to implement it though. But we could do that, probably. But I honestly prefer to spend more time doing like game design than coding up a system like that. Stream Cafe Boba Date next to Brazilian Drug Dealer 3. Anyway, what did I notice about the playtest? All damage upgrades seem strong. Drones seem too strong. What did you guys notice about my gameplay? If you're watching. No healing? Feels weird. Then healing items are strong. Too strong? I don't know. I don't know if it's too strong. I'm getting distracted. I'm looking up Feioada. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that. Black bean stew? That looks good. I'd eat that. Pork sausage? Hard to review. Anyway. Let's see. No healing feels weird, then healing items are strong. Need to adjust spawns. Need to adjust chest mult again. Try 1.4. Okay. Should be wave horde with announcement. Break. Horde again. Break. Boss. Then endless horde. It's probably what we want. Morning, you bloody beautiful people. Hello, Luna Gladius. Did you see that hot take from Notch on Game Engines on Twitter? I saw it mentioned in a video. Oh, what did you say about it? Was he talking about like making your own engine or something for the nth time? Yeah. I remember, I think I did see that, yeah. The tweet. Simply... Wait. Bloodshed. First person vampire survivors boomer shooter. 2.5 hours in, digging it so far. Have I not heard of this? Bloodshed game. It sounds like a... Bloodshed is a roguelite survivors FPS. Oh shit! Released May 22nd. Wait, I gotta check this out. This looks cool. This looks like the kind of game I was looking for. And also the kind of game I'm trying to make. And it's on sale? Okay, I'll check this out. Let's see the reviews. Looks good, feels good, lots of maps. Well crafted, interesting side pieces. Bizarre design decisions are across the board. Well, 3 to 4 weapons, you'd never want more than 2. Usually you're better off with just 1. Synergies don't really exist, so pick the objectively best skill each upgrade. No real builds, again, pick the objectively best skill. Many characters, little difference in their abilities and gameplay. Just pick the objectively best one, see a theme here. More than half the interesting skills are locked into late game well after you beat the game and lost interest. Bizarre. They mislead the player into thinking there's a third act, but it's just a custom game mode. The meta progression is pretty meh, custom upgrades vary wildly. If you're a thinky boy, you'll identify the best meta upgrades and obtain them quickly and leave the garbage overpriced stuff. Consumable holds and locks mean you have to buy new ones each run. One of these costs 10 times as much as the other. Again, bizarre. Want to play with strategy, it'll cost your entire run worth of gems to do so. Naturally, just don't play strategically because the dev is incentivizing you not to. Sounds like a lot of balance complaints. But also synergies. Lack of synergies sounds like a bigger design lacking thing. That looks like your game. It does. I'll try it out. Healing is RNG. Needs more types of enemies. Sometimes you simply won't have a way to heal and will very likely just die through attrition damage late into the game. Incredibly frustrating. Readability could be improved late into matches with lots of dudes on screen. Voice acting, immediately turn that off. Typical gameplay loop, pick the objectively best starter weapon, character. RNG upgrades, hope for starter weapon upgrades, and hope for the objectively best skills, and pray for your chosen deity for the passive health regen skill, where things get too hairy. Last resort, pick the healing spell if you can't get the regen, cry. 3, run around the map looking for your weapon upgrade workbench. Doesn't cost anything to upgrade, but needs to be a certain level. Like, can't it just upgrade automatically on level since it's free anyway? Who knows? Anyway, find that workbench again, pray to your chosen deity for a lifesteal related upgrade. Did you ever check the objectively best character at the start? Okay, you're 8 minutes in. You've had life gen / steal and 4+ levels on your starter weapon. Good job, and you finish the remaining 22 minutes by face taking every mob in the game until you win. Otherwise, bad job at it. You can now begin a slow, painful death. He's desperately plead with God for any kind of healing. Does sound mostly like balance issues. Don't really want to give a positive review. I'm going to, though, as there's a lot of potential in this game. The bones are there. The game looks and feels great, but isn't going to tickle that survivor-style gameplay that you're probably looking for. Cheap and shallow invitation right now, simply because of poor balance and poor design decisions. I hope a patch comes along and cleans this up. Had a lot of potential, got rushed out of early access before it felt ready. Not worth full price, probably not worth at all. Because it got abandoned, because it seems like it didn't get enough attention. Also, 2 price increase before pushing this game to full release is just rude. So it sounds like balance issues. But it does look like a pretty cool game visually. The game claims to be a boomer shooter roguelike. It's neither of these things unless you're willing to stretch the definition like taffy. Each run is a singular level beaten quite easily. Has meta progression, which is a mark against being a roguelike as a purist, so if you're more for roguelikes, you probably appreciate that. It has the aesthetics of a boomer shooter, but with nearly none of the genre's hallmarks. If you want to know what this game is, think of it as serious Sam with upgrades that last for 1 level. I think the balance can be a little scuffed, not that enemies are ever really that hard. More than amongst the different playable characters, some are clearly not as good as others in their starting options. Your starter will get the job done pretty reliably. The girl with the katana can be very powerful. It really comes down to whether or not you get any form of health recovery. Again, complaints about the healing balance. That kind of goes for everyone. If you get the ability that lets you heal in combat, you can't really lose unless you get shockingly clearless. If you get a weapon upgrade that gives it lifesteal, you can nearly stand still and beat the level as long as you keep swinging. Interesting. I'm like testing my game and I already feel like the healing balance is going to be a problem. But that's probably just because I haven't like tweaked it enough yet. Because a game like DRG Survivor seems to have decently balanced health. Part of it is like the funny thing where they increase your health regen when you're at low HP. So it feels like you're always lower than you kind of actually are. Music is fine, songs seem to be a mixed bag. Sword has awful clanging sound no matter what you hit. The aesthetics are nice but not very memorable. The game feels 66% done. I'm probably gonna get this anyway. Just because there aren't enough FPS Survivors likes kind of games at the moment. And I'm literally trying to make one right now. Not all the way through the game, hardly unlocked a quarter of the playable characters. Yeah, neat little game, put 4 hours into it. I'd be interested to watch. Yeah, I'll probably get this and we can stream it. Our indie game Bloodshed, December 12th, 2024. Bloodshed 1.0 launch trailer. Yeah. Okay, I'll check that out. Oh, and then someone replies mentioning Epic 0.0. Yeah, we were looking at not just Twitter because the tweet about what is it? About JavaScript programmers feel like. About what game engines? Because I remember seeing that tweet. The old turning on Carl Jobst. Vibe coding. Oh my god. Compute shader driven particles. Yo, nice. Particle collisions on GPU. Nice. I can't even find the freaking tweet. Compute shaders. That was what I was trying to use originally for this game, actually. For FPS Survivors. There's some really old code in here. Yeah, here. A really old, like, compute shader stuff. Here, I can show it on VS Code. This is what I used before I moved to using Rust for the ECS. We have our mob state thing. I was kind of doing things weirdly by doing array of struct sort of thing instead of like proper ECS thing. But yeah, we had this freaking state machine shenanigans. And then we had like spatial partitioned avoidance collision with other mobs. But yeah, this was very hard to add features to just because well, it's a compute shader. And it's really hard to like get data in and out and, you know, reference other things in compute shaders. An example of computers in ReddRobin? Yeah, computers are really cool though. I can't speak. For something like what's a game? Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator? For like this game, I think uses compute shaders. You can simulate really massive battles. With like, yeah, millions of characters. Millions, I think, is, yeah, you need GPU shenanigans for that. And it's pretty neat. But from what I understand, it's very much like just a tech demo. There's very little interactivity with the individual units. Because, again, it's really hard to do this stuff in compute shaders, but you can, you know, do a lot of stuff with it. I'd like to see someone do a game where as much as the game logic is in compute shaders as possible. I feel like you need to develop your own sort of, you know, technologies and systems, obviously, but like your own framework for working with compute shaders in this kind of way. For things like collisions and stuff like that. I remember seeing someone else's demo in Unreal Engine 5, where I think we was using compute shaders to simulate RTS battles. Hi Neo, hi Femboy Cultist. We're sort of ending up on stream. But checking out, we just found out that this game came out, Bloodshed, which is literally an FPS survivors like. Does look like there's more movement and stuff. Oh, and they're doing sprites instead of models. That would help with the performance. But yeah, the game feel, like the juice of it, the visuals, the sound looks pretty solid. Lol. Jingles keys. But yeah, I'll check this out. Might even stream it. Anyway, call it market research. I was making notes on the playtest, or my own testing of the game. Damage upgrades seem strong, drones seem too strong, no healing feels weird, and then healing items are strong. So yeah, adjusting the healing system and curve. Maybe we can't have items in control of healing beyond like very few stats. We probably want to simplify to be similar to DRG Survivor, because I think that's a game that gets the healing balance right. Notice like lifesteal is very often not a feature in Survivors likes. I think because it makes balancing the healing like impossible with the number of enemies. And then health pickups, right? You probably want to have them be on a timer, e.g. Hollow Cure, Uber Sheep, right? Where it literally just adds a health pickup on a timer. And then you also have like the normal Vampire Survivors food drops kind of thing. Potato, kind of similar. Potato's balanced pretty well. They have the luck stat kind of effect. E.g. Potato. Luck stat / consumable heal stat. We probably want the health balance to feel similar to one of those games. So I don't think any of this is like FPS specific. It's just you have to make certain decisions on how the player can heal. And I don't think we can do it like a fixed amount of healing per enemy killed or per damage done or things like that. Otherwise it gets unbalanced. So I could just lower drop chance from vampire item. Health pickup item. Make passive. Probably. What if your game took place on the surface of a Klein bottle? And we did the funny Mario Galaxy gravity thing. I recommend watching long plays of similar games to what you want to create. Playing the game itself can lead to feature creep, or at least that's how I felt. I have played a lot of... Actually, what are the Survivors likes I've really played? I keep calling them Survivors likes, even though I don't really like that genre name. I hear Horde Survival a lot, which kind of works, I guess. I played a lot of Rotato. I played an okay amount of Hollow Cure. I've played some of the OG Vampire Survivors. 26 hours. DRG Survivor I've played a lot. How much have I played DRG Survivor? 127 hours? Dude, it's like the movie about the guy with the hand stuck in rock. Yeah, I played a lot of DRG Survivor. And I think it's pretty well balanced. But yeah, any health balancing issues aren't like necessarily tied to it being an FPS. Adjusting spawns, we need an announcement for the hordes. Need just a chest price mult. We need more interactables. That's already planned though. But also affects the healing. But I think the big thing, I want to simplify this as much as possible. Simplify the design space so that I have less stuff to worry about, to think about when balancing. So maybe it's all tied to like one luck stat, or it's just all tied to a timer, or it's all tied to like a pity timer that increases with time. Maybe it's limited on the map. Maybe the player has like some low health regen. Oh, right, that's another thing. In DRG Survivor, no level up health regen upgrades. Although health regen is indirectly affected by max HP. But either way, like during a run, you're not gonna get so much health regen that you can tank the enemies. Are you gonna add a parry? I tried adding a parry. I did not develop it very much. But I think if I add the, was it a block mechanic like a shield or anything like that, I'll probably add parries. Actually no, on my ideas page, I wanted to add the TF2 flamethrower and have the air blast be the parry. Because that's a parry mechanic. I'm not sure where that is gonna fit in or how I want to fit that in. Like it could be an item or a meta progression something. Or a specific weapon that gives you the parry. But yeah, the more... I feel like the more complex I make it, the harder it's gonna be to balance, which is a weird state to be in. I don't know, I guess these games are just hard to balance. Because they're sort of built on the premise that you can break the game, right? Or at least like get absurdly powerful and outscale the enemies. But like that challenge curve still needs to like be there. So it's really tricky. I guess we just need to do more testing. You know, another game I think the feeling felt weird in was Vampire Hunters. I'm not sure entirely why that is. Because I remember earlier in development, they had just the healing potions, and it was like really hard to get health. But then they added more healing options. There's like passive HP regen. There's the paladin character who has the blood rain healing ability, and I think there's a status effect that causes enemies to heal you when you stand near them. So there ended up being a lot of different healing options, and it felt okay-ish. I feel like it wasn't like too easy to heal, but you could reach a point where you're healing a lot. Although maybe the paladin character was a bit too easy compared to the other characters due to the amount of healing with her base abilities. More interactables. Adjust chest mold, adjust spawns, adjust healing. Not enough options on level up. I think we're missing a bunch of stats. I could probably use DRG Survivor as a base. Just steal ideas. Even DRG Survivor though. It works in that game, but would it work in this game? Right. Like, I'm already feeling a tension with the way weapon upgrades work. If you have one active weapon, then you're probably going to be inclined to just upgrade the one weapon over and over again. And if you delay adding the second and third weapons, it's going to be even worse, that problem. You are incentivized to keep upgrading the same weapon and only use that weapon. This is made worse by... what's the word? Right now I'm working on the main menu of my game, basically trying to save properties to a JSON file. Loaded by maps automatically so you can disable screen effects, grain, bloom maps. Nice, we love JSON here. I hecking love JSON. But yeah, this is made worse by delaying when you get the second and third weapons. Let's see, drones, add drone limit, lower drone damage, add drone reloads. Probably do that. But yeah. Again, I'm working on this in Godot and I'm planning to throw this code away and remake this in Unity. But a lot of this is game design stuff that I could, you know, faithfully one-to-one recreate in Unity when I port it over, right? And if I don't get this work done here now, it's going to be like months of technical implementation and learning Unity dots before I can even start on this game design part again, right? So another reason I want to keep working on it here. Do. Can I zoom this in more? Could lower the drop chance for the health pickup item, or get rid of the healing items. Or get rid of healing items. Just have minor upgrades. How to deal with... How does Vampire Survivors drop the chickens? Chance to drop health pickup that increases over time. That's a pretty simple way to sort of control how often they spawn, even with absurdly varying amounts of enemies. Want to finish my game low-key, want to make a Miku tank AI to hunt bugs in my backyard. But I don't know how safe it would be to give an AI airsoft BBs. Oh no. Nice thing about JSON, it's pretty well standardized and ubiquitous. There are better data languages, but not with the same ubiquity. Yeah, and it's pretty human readable. Good enough, right? I don't know, I'm just like used to the way JSON works and looks. Probably from spending a lot of time in, you know, web dev, JavaScript. Oh my god, JavaScript. JavaScript object notation. The JS of JSON. Like Clojure's EDN. EDN? I'm curious now. EDN. Not Eviction Defense Network. Clojure, EDN. Extensible data notation. EDN format. EDN is an extensible data notation. Neat. Anyway, man, we went a bunch of places here. Okay. I should probably dig deep into all these different things I'm feeling about the game so we know what to work on. Actually, this is probably the strongest thing that's like a big question in my mind is the primary weapons, right? Okay, non-all damage upgrade. DRG Survivor. Make typed damage upgrades stronger. I already have what? Move speed, damage, pickup range / XP gain. If we reach at some point, we could separate pickup range from XP gain if we give the player enough like non-XP pickups to pick up, right? Or even maybe even just generally pickup range can be good. Hello, cockroach. Airsoft BB sensitive. The idea of list of things that can be delimited by spaces rather than requiring a comma and then a space. Yeah, or just a comma. CSV gang, rise up. Okay, this is probably the biggest question in my mind. Primary weapons, right? Right now, you have one weapon out, and you're incentivized to keep upgrading that same weapon and only use that weapon. And I feel like this is maybe a problem of FPS roguelikes in general. That actually it depends on the upgrade system, really, because in other roguelikes, I'm thinking of like Gunfire Reborn, there's pretty strong weapon niches with the different damage types, so there's reason to keep multiple weapons around, mainly for the different elemental damage types. And in traditional FPS games, you know, weapons have their niches, so a shotgun's better up close and then a sniper is better at range, right? And then, you know, there's also ammo types to balance that out. With this, I'm really wondering how we're supposed to incentivize the player to switch weapons. Besides, we do have pocket reload as an option, right? That's one way to encourage a weapon to switch, or encourage a player to switch weapons. But then I feel like that becomes monotonous, because instead of switching weapons because, oh, this is a good time to use the shotgun, I have lots of enemies up close. Instead, it becomes like, oh, okay, my cooldown is done on this other weapon, so I switch to the next weapon, and the cooldown's done, and I switch to the next weapon, the cooldown's done, and I switch to the next weapon, and that's less fun, I feel. CSV nice and simple. Great in an embedded environment, just having a print and in a loop. Print line. Print. Yeah, I'd like to hear your guys' ideas. I'm really sort of mentally stuck on this problem, right? Of primary weapons. Right? You want the player to have like one single weapon that feels really strong, right? So that you actually get the feeling of shooting a gun in FPS games, as opposed to if you have too many weapons all firing at once, then it sort of feels less like you're firing a gun, and then you're just sort of holding down the trigger and doing whatever. The durability runs out quick, it'll feel like Breath of the Wild. That's effectively just an ammo mechanic, right? It's pretty similar to just saying, okay, you have this much ammo. Which is another way we could balance it. Like, actually add ammo as a mechanic. I'm not sure how I feel about that, though. Like, it feels like it would be tricky. How are we gonna sort of balance this out? Maybe we do it like Doom Eternal and have enemies drop ammo. When you do the special funny chainsaw, hit the funny chainsaw button to refill your ammo. Hopefully you have an arcade mode you can play carry 32 weapons Gordon Freeman style. That still runs into this problem, right? With weapon upgrades, you're incentivized to keep upgrading the same weapon over and over again. And make it your strongest weapon. And I kind of knew that this would happen going in with how I was planning to handle reloads, or I guess something unique like how Neon White did their card system. That's also kind of an ammo mechanic, right? Just deliberately placed around the level. It's effectively weapon pickups, but then there's the discard system, which is unique, right? It's also a very different style of game. But it is a good game. If we go back to really old school shooters, like Doom or Serious Sam, right? I call Serious Sam old school, but more in vibe than in actual chronological release date. It's mostly ammo is the limiting factor, is the reason to switch weapons or pick which weapon to use, right? You have the super strong weapon, but you only have a limited ammo to use it with, so you save it until for the biggest threat. But if we add an ammo mechanic, then the question becomes, how do we refill the ammo? How do we make managing ammo fun? And we could just do random ammo drops. I'm not sure how I feel about it, though. See how severed steel handled guns? Is that the one where it's Hotline Miami, you throw the gun away? You kill the enemy, you grab their weapon, you shoot it, and then you throw it away after one mag. Fallout 4 weapon upgrade system do the exact opposite. Yeah. Could do that. That's a very different kind of game, though. I feel like it works better in like Hotline Miami style. There is a Hotline Miami style roguelike though, Ocho, which I played once. That's purposely making me rage. Okay, the big problem I'm trying to solve here is that you're incentivized to keep upgrading the same weapon and only use that weapon. So why don't you write down like potential solutions? The first one would be just give the player one weapon, right? That's a possible solution. Make upgrades shared between weapons, so all the weapons stay at a similar power level. That's another option. And then you have like, then you keep the feeling of, let's use the shotgun because there's an enemy up close, and then let's use the sniper rifle because the enemy is far away, right? So no weapon specific upgrades, just shared weapon upgrades or stat upgrades. I'm not sure how I feel about that though, because I feel like you're losing something if you can't upgrade your weapon into a super weapon. Not sure though. Like, upgraded weapons have drawbacks against certain enemies, damage types. Yeah, that is a solution. That's a Gunfire Reborn solution, or Borderlands or whatever. I'm not sure how much I like it though. I feel like it's a little what's the word, heavy-handed to say, okay, this enemy used the green gun on the yellow health bar because it deals 3 times the damage. It feels a little taking away from player freedom. It feels a bit too, what's the word, designed for the player to have one correct solution. Think of, what was it? The Smite enchantment in Minecraft does extra damage to undead mobs, specifically mutually exclusive with sharpness. Quake did something like this where certain weapons are better against certain enemies, so you don't just use the nail gun the whole game. They also made the nail gun ammo rare as fuck. Yeah, ammo again is one solution to this. I don't think it's terrible. I think it's could actually work. It's just that we'd have to think about how to give the player ammo and then make that an upgrade too. So if you really wanted to, pocket reload's another possibility, and runs the risk of being monotonous, switching weapons based on timing instead of any real strategy. Ammo, I think, has potential for strategic depth, right? When do I use this ammo type versus the other ammo type, or the weapon, whatever? It affects your weapon choices too, right? If 2 weapons use the same ammo type, then you're like losing out on ammo capacity. That's an interesting trade-off. Certain weapons with more rare ammo are more of an oh shit, I'm in trouble, get me out of here sort of usage. Yeah. One thing I noticed when I was on the wave system before I switched to, or before I picked this project up again, when I gave up the project last time, was the feeling of just pressing the ultimate button and not really thinking. I didn't like that. Like, I had a missile barrage ability on the minigun that just fired a bunch of homing missiles, and there was no thought or strategy to using it, and I didn't like that. So that's one thing I want to be careful of, is, I don't know, abilities that are too simple to use mechanically, because that also runs the risk of being monotonous and having no skill expression. Then you never use the best weapons, yeah. Another possibility is weapon combos. I'm already kind of trying this with the shootable projectiles. So that's one way. But then, like, the pistol and the revolver satisfy the same niche. Another thing we could do is just make weapon niches more stronger. So shotgun is even more close ranged. Rocket is even more low damage AoE. Sniper is even more long range. That's a possibility. Toho def bombing. Like on def, or is it just the bomb mechanic from shmups? Ammo. How do we do that? Could drop like health pickups, power-ups, and other survivors likes. I think Killing Floor does this pretty well. It affects like which weapons you choose. You pick up more weaker weapons so that you can carry more ammo total. How do you conserve that ammo, right? But if we're moving away from a wave system, then the ammo distribution becomes kind of a concern. Max Payne 1 and 2 solve the issue by just making the guns really satisfying to use. Games have weapons. Yeah, but it doesn't fall into this thing where you have upgrades to worry about. I'm honestly leaning towards this option as the simplest one. Make upgrades shared between weapons. So get rid of all weapon-specific upgrades. So every weapon keeps its own niche. Loses depth in build variety. Every weapon keeps a niche, and then maybe certain niches become exaggerated based on the stats that you're building. Brotato does this, right? Brotato doesn't have upgrades besides weapon rarities, right? There's no like specific plus damage to this weapon. Stealing the bomb mechanic could be good. Upgrading ammo, then the behavior changes based on what gun is shot out of. That could be cool. Maybe even as like a power-up. Like the incendiary ammo or the explosive ammo. Incendiary / explosive ammo from Left 4 Dead 2. Fallout 3 / New Vegas perk system affects specific weapon types. Yeah, Payday 2 also kind of did that, right? With what's it? Shotgun builds, pistol builds, rifle builds. Could be an option. So we could like sort of compromise on this one. Do like weapon tag upgrades, like DRG Survivor. It's one way of doing it. Like speccing into certain upgrades make other guns more inconvenient. I guess I can, like, my concern is that you're gonna have a bunch of extra weapons in your inventory that you're never gonna use because they're useless now. But is that necessarily a bad thing? I feel like it is kind of bad. Like you're missing out on some level of depth if you don't have reasons to switch your weapons. Like part of the idea I was going for is it I think another thing, speed upgrades too strong. I think those need to be nerfed. Or rather, it could be due to slide hopping being strong. I think the definite would come from trying different builds like Noida. that's a possibility. Then we need to make the upgrades more unique on the items so you have more build variety on the weapons themselves. Which we do have a system in place for like adding unique upgrades. I just need to think about what unique upgrades to add. And how to like differentiate them. Differentiate the builds. This is depths of weapon switching. Very heavy-handed approach in not much player freedom. Ammo. I like the idea of ammo being a power-up. Right, you get a magazine of incendiary ammo, explosive ammo from Left 4 Dead. Pocket reload, I feel like I'm moving more and more away from that idea. Just because I noticed when I was playing with it like that, then there's no real strategy to switching the weapons anymore. You just go from the weapon with ammo to the weapon. Go from the weapon without ammo to the weapon with ammo. Maybe the upgrades are perks and affect all the guns in different ways. Exploding ammo makes something super short range do self-damage. That's an idea. So then we'd also get rid of the... what was it? The current weapon upgrades. But then... these shared upgrades become like unique things, like explosive ammo that can do self-damage or something. And maybe that leans in towards a certain niche, towards a certain weapon again, but like the other weapons still get powered up to have a reason to use them. Another thing we could do is just utility. E.g. grappling hook ability tied to weapon. Or like Ultra Kills alt fires. That's an option. Anyway, I really want to try that. That game. What was it called? Blood something? Bloodshed. It's literally just called Bloodshed. The weapons themselves random. Like Borderlands, no. Right now, it's all predetermined. Is it Gunfire does that? Borderlands style. RoboQuest does that, Borderlands style. I think that could be neat. But I'd rather like you build the guns like that. I could take those perks though, actually. Take perk ideas from Borderlands. The Gunfire, RoboQuest. Particular enemy that always drops the same gun. Oh yeah, the whole system of how we give out the guns. I want to revisit too. Weapon. Giving weapons. Or weapon choice timing. So maybe you have a loadout that you pick like at the start and then you're choosing between upgrades for all those weapons. I don't know. Is this fine? Probably. I don't know. Maybe. This still feels like a big question in my head. I'm probably going to do this idea to start, making upgrades shared between weapons. But I don't know. I just watched, I've been watching through Sakurai's series on creating games. It's really good. And there's one episode where he's talking about what do you do when you can't come up with ideas, and he just like brute forces his way through it by thinking about every single possibility, even if they seem dumb individually. So I'm trying to take that approach here. I'd like to see some benefit from deliberately choosing an objectively worse weapon and making it through the game anyways. The joke weapon? What if the joke weapon is like the scaling weapon? I'm thinking of like the ghost weapons from Brotato, where they have really low base stats, but they have scaling. They give you permanent stat upgrades. Being able to name/paint the weapons would be cool. That would be cool. Trying to think about the design though. I'm trying to think about how do we properly give the player a reason to swap weapons. Part of that could also be the spawns, right? Because we already have, you know, limited ammo in your magazine is a reason to switch weapons, right? Switching to your secondary is faster than reloading. So you already have that, but I think to really invest in that, we need to adjust the rhythm of the spawns. Like in Killing Floor, where a couple Zeds come, you shoot them, more Zeds come, you switch to your other weapon, you shoot them, and then there's a break, and then you reload both guns. So that's a possibility. Which means we need to nerf drones more. Damn it. What if we just get rid of drones for now? And maybe look to items for making like automatic damage. Good way of moderating difficulty with opt-in challenges. Yeah, that's always good in games. Giving the player more agency in selecting difficulty. Risk-reward mechanics too are really good. Where you have like a tough challenge, but it gives you like a stat bonus or whatever, XP upgrade. Pacifist challenge. There's the pacifist character in Rotato. I was thinking of having a class system at some point, so maybe we could do something silly like that. The pacifist that makes the enemies kill themselves. I like this idea, taking perks on the guns like in Borderlands, Gunfire, RoboQuest. There's like a buckshot perk in RoboQuest that gives the gun a chance of firing a shotgun blast. I like this idea of ammo being power-ups, just temporarily supercharge your bullets or whatever. Noida has a pacifist chest that spawns when you make it to the Holy Mountain without dealing any damage, not counting environmental damage. Oh yeah, we could add funny special rewards for the pacifist challenge. I think we're gonna get rid of drones for now. Oh, what else? Another tiny note. Coin is too hard to hit compared to Marksman Ultra Kill, where the arc is predictable. Yeah, I'll just adjust the hitbox size on that coin. Terrifying presence. Your enemies died of a heart attack after seeing into your eyes. Neat thing is it's secret till you do it. Secrets are cool. What if stat upgrades are shared between weapons, but there are unique upgrades that are unique to each weapon? Do shared stat upgrades plus unique upgrades for each gun. Kind of like that idea. So then your sniper rifle will always have a longer reload time than your assault rifle or your pistol or whatever. I'm thinking we do this just because it's simple and then also has potential for expanding on with more unique upgrades, more Borderlands style perks, weapon tags. Right, that allows for depth. Although tags kind of makes it not shared between the weapons. It's only certain weapon types. We're gonna disable drones for now just because it makes balancing harder. I think. Well, I do like the idea. Do I like this idea though? Does it work? I think it would, right? I think we need to differentiate pistol and revolver more. Revolver, buff revolver, pierce. Buff the revolver's pierce. So then you switch your revolver when you see a good lineup. Do you give the speed loader upgrade by default? I feel like either the base reload needs to be faster, buff base reload, or nerf pistol reload. Although, if we do, what was it, the shared upgrades option, then that fixes the revolver being weaker than your upgraded pistol from the start. Okay, so, all right. Action points. Inclusion. Action items. Okay. Remove weapon specific stat upgrades. Keep the unique upgrades. Move to player upgrades. Keep the unique upgrades. Yeah, that's the simple one. Make the weapon niche stronger. This is more a general point. You know, to differentiate things more. Actually, no, I just watched another Sakurai video where he's talking about balancing and how there's a tendency to nerf and make all the characters feel the same when you really want to exaggerate the character's weaknesses to balance instead, to keep it, you know, keep the characters more orthogonal feeling, different from each other. So buff, revolver, pierce. I think the weaken, lower rocket damage. And probably buff reload. And the switch speed. At least to match the animation, probably. Lower the rocket damage, buff for revolver pierce. And then, what was it? There's still depth in choosing the shared upgrades, because, you know, fire rate upgrade won't affect the rocket launcher while it has just one shot in the magazine. Yeah, keep the revolver slow, but then buff its pierce. And then maybe buff reload to be more in line with pistol. Buff coin, make it easier to hit. Add sounds. Should probably add that. Nerf chests. Price molt 1.4. Or try price molt 1.4. Future features to work on, interactables, and then what else? Horde spawn notifications, yeah, I want that. And maybe we'll look at the enemy level. Did I write down something about the spawns? Spawns, let's see. Adjust spawns. Horde, break, okay. Slow spawns, horde, break, horde, break, boss, endless horde. That's what we want. Add horde announcement, add boss announcement. And probably later on we want to work on the boss as a feature. TF2 has a whole positive negative trait system going on with skins and uniques. Yeah, we could make variants of the weapons. We'll probably do it like that, have like the base weapon stats be something slightly different. Buff to magazine capacity and fire, you're right. And then being able to spam rockets like no one's business. We actually do have the mag capacity upgrade for the rocket launcher right now. We'll probably keep it as a player upgrade, as opposed to I don't know, the weapon specific upgrade. TF2 was OG gacha game, $249 for a key. My friend keeps telling me how he's profiting off of his TF2 unboxings. He keeps getting unusuals. Okay. That seems reasonable. Nerf drones. I think we're gonna remove the drones for now. Out of sake of it being more things to think about with balancing. And also more to implement. Build for rocket jumping? I want that. I want that to be there. I have to think about how we do that. Probably just have an item that reduces self-damage. Although right now, the self-damage is actually based on the normal damage, the actual damage that it deals. Which, you know, makes sense, but means that as you level up and deal more damage, then it's also dealing more self-damage. And I might want to change that. Have like a fixed player damage separate from the regular damage. Increased explosion knockback. Oh right, knockback as a stat. Should probably add that. We'll add that eventually. Probably once there's more interactions. We might save that for the Unity version, because that's what I'm planning to add, like environmental kills and stuff like that. Okay. All right. So in conclusion, our action items: remove the weapon-specific stat upgrades and move them to player upgrades, and keep the unique upgrades. Lower the rocket's damage, buff its reload and switch speed, buff the revolver's pierce and maybe its reload, buff the coin shot by making it easier to hit, nerf the chest by increasing the price mult, remove the drones for now, adjust the spawns, make sure there's slow spawns, then a horde, then a break, then a horde, then a break, and then a boss, and then announce the horde. And add announcements for both features to work on, interactables, the boss, and then add the horde announcement, add the boss announcement, and the boss. Okay. You gotta damage is something to deliberately spec into, with locking yourself out of rocket jumps as a deliberate choice. Well, the thing is, you always want damage in a survivors, like, in a horde survivors game. But yeah, I'm finding myself thinking more and more about design and less about the actual implementation, because I think design is the really important thing. And all this balancing stuff. Damage, but also mobility. True, yeah. Like, we could have self-damage resistance as a level up upgrade, or it could be an item. But if it's a level up upgrade, then there's more agency in choosing it. But it doesn't do anything if you don't have an explosive weapon. I also need to implement that, actually. Self-damage multiplier. And also detecting self-damage as opposed to enemy damage. We need to score kill count. We don't have that yet. But yeah. Map objectives. I think this is going to be like the mini game things, like the challenge shrines in Risk of Rain. But you get like an XP reward at the end. What else did I write about? Why don't I... Yeah. Oh my god, technically this was yesterday, so... Here. Reduce damage for more speed could be a cool upgrade. That's a choice. That's an idea. And that makes me think of more of Brotato's system, where a lot of items you choose to buy in the shops have downsides to other stats. And I find that interesting. It just needs to be a choice, though. So it could be a level up option. Everything should have a trade-off of some kind? It should. But I think these games work well enough even when the trade-off is really just opportunity cost, where choosing one upgrade is... the trade-off is just not choosing another upgrade. Vintage suction cup toy shotguns on eBay. I got some interesting results. Was there one more thing I was gonna... Oh, right, healing. Healing. Remove healing items for now. Add heal on level up. Add Passive health pickup system. Pity timer that... Yeah, with a pity timer. Until drop. So yeah, do something like that, and then player can let the health pickups accumulate. Ooh. I do think this game needs power-ups. So I'm not sure what we'll do for them, but I'll just note it down here because it's good. Let's see. Let's save the boss for later. I think we can save that for later. But the demo would feel pretty incomplete without, you know, a single boss. We do technically have that boss mob, but it sucks. We have a charging mob that's like more of a threat than the boss mob. Bit slow ass projectile. But yeah, I think that's all pretty reasonable. I'm not sure if the power curve matches up with the enemy level curve, but we'll find out. Yeah, we can do one more playtest, I guess. Here. Before we go, because it is getting pretty late. And tomorrow I do actually want to play that game, Bloodshed. So we'll probably do that on stream. And also it's been long enough since I've actually played a game on stream instead of doing game dev, so more reason. Alright, one more playtest. And we'll just confirm if all the things I wrote down I still feel are true. These sounds are too loud. My poor ears. Probably adjust the balance of the gunshot being too loud. That's crazy. No, you don't understand. It's just realism. Oh wait, I wanted to change the chest price, right? Chest mult to 1.4. Let's try that. If you decide on your setting setting is going to be narrative wise. I have an idea in mind. An idea. Taking a little bit of system shock. Oh. %'s pretty decent XP gain. 25% damage up. That's crazy. Alright. 10% crit chance. I do need an announcement for enemy... Oh wait, I need an announcement for enemy level up. Hold on. Let me write that down. Add enemy level up announcement. Yeah, and I really want to add the coin sound. Okay. We're greeting XP gain all the way. Looks really promising. Glad to hear that. Because I know I already gave up on this project once before. So I know how hard it can be to, I don't know, get that feeling of fun. So I'm trying very hard to make sure that we can get that feeling of fun. Alright. Oh, there's an issue with the inputs after level ups. I should note that down. Issue with inputs after level up. Inputs being held. Yeah. Because it actually like pauses the game. But in a way that doesn't actually... Okay. What? We want to buff the revolver's pierce to make it feel more unique from the pistol. I'm gonna go for reload speed. Even though we probably need to focus more on damage with the enemy level up. Ooh, baby. Their grenade. Wait, that felt good. Game mechanic feeling good. That's great. Okay, we got +2 pierce on the revolver. That probably means we should focus on it instead of pistol. Although with this reload speed, I'm not sure. Oh, look at the grenades. Alright. Oh god, that loading takes too long. Okay, I actually love the grenade item. Which is a good sign. Opinions on Goon Eternal, the Dark Edge. I want to eat those teal crystals. Yeah, they must taste like candy or something. I have not played the Dark Ages yet. I've seen a couple reviews. It looks good. Oh, what if you reload all your weapons on level up? That would be fun. Yeah, let's add that. Healing, add heal on up, level up, add reload weapons on level up. I think that would be cool. So I'm just gonna write it down. Just make the level up feel that much better. Trailer look good, IMO? What, Doom Eternal? Or Doom Dark Ages? It looked cool. I saw Broline was playing it. Not sure what I want to do about slide hopping being the meta. Like, there should be some sort of risk and reward to it, right? That's like harder to control. So you might bump into an enemy or something like that. Give me the grenade pistol drone. I think this one's pretty... Oh no, it's actually pretty strong. Yeah, all these drones are... Oh, it's not even hitting properly because it's shooting too high. Where the heck are... We're doing this light up. Oh no, I need more monies. Oh no. I was actually watching some like in-depth reviews of Doom the Dark Ages. We need damage, I think. Yeah, +1 pierce. I might keep that as a... Oh, what's it? An item rather than a level up upgrade. I guess there's some variety already in depending on the upgrades you get, like whether or not it's better to keep using the pistol or some other gun. Like now I got the big pierce upgrade on the revolver, so now I'm using the revolver instead as my main. Or the shotgun. Makes a really loud noise. Oh crap. Right, enemy noises are lacking. And also, I guess, demonstrating the risk reward of doing the movement like this. Go more pierce. We need more crowd control. Enemy level's 5. Oh, it's gonna increase exponentially. They gave the praise the sun guy. Oh, heavy ammo. That one's kind of fun. A gun in Doom Eternal, the Dark Ages. Oh. Just don't die. Oh, we died. Okay, alright. Well, that was one of the runs of all time. Okay. Yeah. I think we, stand by all these changes. Or we'll try out all these changes. Move, weapon stat, upgrades to player upgrades, lower the rocket damage, buff the revolver pierce, buff the coin shot, the base pierce, bring it to 2 probably. We tried the chest adjustment. Move drones for now. Probably stop taking the XP upgrades this early. When there's like barely a game to play. Adjust the spawns. Remove healing items for now. Add a passive health pickup system with a pity timer. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Okay. Thanks for watching. I've got to go the frick to sleep. Tomorrow, we'll probably take a break from game dev and I'll play Bloodshed because it just came out and it's on sale for, well, a lot off, which is nice. Yeah. And I gotta try out, you know, other games in the genre that I'm specifically trying to make a game in. Shevin, good night. Yeah, good night, everyone. I'm gonna read names. We're gonna save these for later. And I'm gonna... First, I need to git commit, actually. What do we change? Fix enemy level UI. Alright, cool. Okay, we're gonna read names. Thank you, everyone. Whenever you finish coding, need art. Hopefully I'm free to donate some assets. I would love that. Yeah. Yeah, just let me know. Message me. Probably going for a low poly, quick style aesthetic. Just cause out of ease of artistically achieving that. Yeah. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Simply. Thank you, Sealy. Thank you for the raid, by the way. Thank you, Danawar. Thank you, Knights of the Calculator. Thank you, Shrekbeard7. Thank you, Electric Shids. Thank you, Lucky HJ. Thank you, Cyclocus. Thank you, Will Sleep Snot. Thank you, Pink Fat Flamingo. Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Teacher Eduardo M. Thank you, Oni. Thank you, Cube Random Perv. Thank you, Cube Fat Flamingo. Thank you, Team Glistener Elf. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Danica. Thank you, Cyclocus. Thank you, Rezico Reedman. Thank you, Vanilla. And thank you, Cielo Jose. Thank you, Lucky Anima. Thank you, Tan572. Thank you, Luna Gladius. And thank you, Vampire Cultist. Make. Yes. Good night. Yeah, good night, everyone. Let's see. Who are we raiding? Who's even live at this time of year? At this time of day? I don't even know who we're raiding. His bags are literally sleeping. All right. I don't even know who we're gonna raid. Okay. Who's even still here? Who's even still here? All right. All right, whatever. We're ready. Okay, bye. Bye, everyone. Good night. Good night. Hope you... Thanks for watching. Okay, bye. Otsu. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Thanks, Nicola. Okay, bye. Otsu. 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 Bye-bye.